destroyer of worlds.
They have made a beginning, a brave beginning that can build a mighty structure for peace.
In the dignity and worth of the human rights of men.
1947 symbolized the rebirth of a nation after the slumber of centuries.
In sedate and sober strength, seeking no one's land.
In the Charter of the United Nations, to lift men everywhere to a higher standard of life and to a greater enjoyment of freedom.
Who owns the patent on this vaccine?
The people, I would say. There is no patent. Could you patent the sun?
We have to learn to think in a new way. The question we have to ask ourselves is, what steps can we take to prevent a military contest of which the issue must be disastrous to all parties?
Armaments and military equipment sent to Cuba are designed exclusively for defensive purposes.
I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia,
Go. Ginseng, go. Econ, go. Surgeon, go.
Capcom, we're go for undocking.
It's one small step for man, giant leap for mankind.
All the people around the world are ICANN. And if you believe that we must end nuclear weapons before they end us, if you believe we can, we really can, we'll end this long nuclear nightmare through the power of people, then you are ICANN.
We're being brave.
Meaning at downstream shows social construct.
Want to understand it today. People, that is the fifth
world can do together.
Is one of the few NGOs that I invite.
The organization we celebrate today emerged only after immense suffering. It took 2 world wars, millions of deaths, and the horrors of the Holocaust for world leaders to commit.
Hi, Gary.
Carlos, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good, thank you. Good. I'm just looking for David. Germany, are you sure David is not there in the general meeting? And you're sure, huh? Okay. Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Now celebrating the 60th anniversary, right?
Absolutely. Forward. We're looking forward.
Looking forward, exactly. That's good. That's good. A very intense and content-rich program.
We're packing a lot in it because we have a lot of things to think about and talk about. The idea was not to report. The idea was to think together. That was the intention.
Yeah,
so kind of a new format. I just want to be sure there's no mistakes up with David.
Good afternoon.
Hi, David.
I
was just trying to call you.
When I know that I'm heard.
I was just trying to call you to be sure you were able to get in and everything, that's all.
I am in, and I've been promoted even before I entered.
Absolutely.
So, if we have everybody, shall we start?
Sure. Lydia, hi. Nice to see you. Hi, Maria.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the session on the role of civil society in the multilateral system in the framework of WAAS at 60. And I'd like to add my congratulations to those that have already been expressed. My name is David Chikvaidze. I have the honor of being a fellow of the Academy and the privilege of moderating this session. My day job is chef de cabinet of the Director General of the United Nations Office at Geneva. Civil society in all its forms plays a critical role in driving social change. This is not a new phenomenon. Indeed, as far back as the Congress of Vienna 206 years ago, in addition to the more than 200 states and princely houses, there were representatives of cities, corporations, religious organizations, special interest groups, and many others that in today's parlance we would identify as civil society. And yet 2 centuries and many key moments in history later, including the signing of the United Nations Charter, where civil society played key roles. And despite practically universal agreement that solving 21st century challenges is unthinkable without the engagement of civil society writ large, we still find it necessary today to debate the obstacles and ways of enhancing its participation in multilateralism. The United Nations system and other multilateral institutions, for their part, rely on civil society. Moreover, even derive much of their legitimacy from engaging meaningfully with the public. Civil society organizations frequently act as multipliers of the work of international organizations. Yet governments who, let's face it, largely run the show, have very different approaches to civil society, depending on the substantive area, the government, and the civil society organization. These approaches run the gamut from enlisting the voice and force of civil society to ignoring them, or worse yet, vilifying and prosecuting them. Our panel discussion today has as its point of departure the notion that there is still much left to do to break down the barriers that separate we the peoples from international decision-making. As we see from the annotation in the program of this conference, the questions proposed to unpack the issue are probing and to the point. I would suggest that we put an additional baseline question to the above notion. Are there indeed barriers? And if there are, of what type? Institutional, psychological, ideological, practical? Answering these questions may help us come up with recommendations that we hope will go beyond mere exhortations and declarations. Given the relatively large number of panel members and your exceptional quality in individual and aggregate knowledge and experience, which we dearly want to tap into as much as possible, and in the mere hour that we have for this panel, I will ask each of you to please keep your opening remarks to 3 minutes. This should allow us to have a second round of brief remarks by each to add or to react to others' comments. And for me, if need be, to cross-question and stimulate a discussion. I know it's a tall order, but with your cooperation and my strict timekeeping, we may actually pull this off. Fair warning, I intend to be very strict and have no qualms to ask speakers to keep to the allotted time. And I have a merciless stopwatch running right here, which tells me that I've already been speaking for 3 minutes and 54 seconds. With that, let me start by introducing the first speaker, Liberator Bautista, is president of Congo, the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations in Consultative Status with the UN. He also serves as the representative of the United Methodist Church in Geneva. It is my pleasure to ask you to start off, given your role in the various intergovernmental processes that take place at UNOG. Please, you have the screen, not the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chikbaidse, and thank you, Gary, and the World Academy of Art and Science for inviting me again to an event that is of prime importance. Tall order indeed for 2 minutes. Let me try. Congo was founded in 1948. We are an international NGO in general consultative status with the UN. We have a little over 500 NGOs with either a consultative, associated, or observer status, each of them having a mandate as varied as all the issues covered under the sun. We have Congo and its members sharing the belief that NGOs have a major and crucial contribution to make to the policy discussions and decisions of the UN system. The breadth and depth of grassroots experience and professional competence are crucial and indispensable in intergovernmental processes, and when brought to the intergovernmental table, make for better outcomes of multilateral negotiations. There is no declaration, convention, treaty, or UN resolution today that did not have a social civil society input. Number two, without engaging the participation, expertise, and competence of we the peoples, the multilateral system would be greatly impoverished as to imperil what must be a robust, inclusive, and participatory multilateral system. Article 71 of the UN Charter and ECOSOC Resolution 1996/31 underscores the role of NGOs and the importance of their access to UN premises and meetings. Nothing at this time should be devised as to diminish the gains from Resolution 1996/31. Access must be enhanced because it is the lifeblood of UN NGO relations. Lastly, the intersecting crises and pandemics we face today require a planetary response, and organizing and mobilizing that are at once local and global in substance and transborder and transnational in expanse. Civil society members must be ensured the ability to assert their voice and exercise their agency in a multilateral setting that is robust, inclusive, responsive, and relevant. We must forge multilateral solidarity, which in the words of Barbara Adams of Global Policy Forum entails bending the arc of governance back again from viewing people no longer just as shareholders, no longer just as stakeholders, but rights holders, where the member states are the duty bearers we must develop a rights-based multilateralism so that the United Nations is a standard bearer rather than a neutral convener of public and private engagements. I hope, David, that can start off some conversation.
That is brilliant. Thank you so much. And you did this as close to 3 minutes as humanly possible. And thank you very much for your very baseline approach and setting the conversation, and for your global perspective. Thank you. I would now like to invite, I don't see if we have him with us, Mr. Tageldin Hamad. Mr. Hamad is a former secretary of the United Nations NGO Committee and currently serves as chairman of WANGO, the World Association of Non-Governmental Organizations. And I'm very happy to have you take the screen if you are with us.
David, your office informed us that Mr. Hamid was not able to come. We learned from your office that he has.
My office, okay,
Yeah.
well, my office forgot to tell me about it. Excellent, then we shall save a little time and move to Mr. Andreas Bommel, co-founder and director of the NGO Democracy Without Borders, which advocates strongly for the democratization of the United Nations and other international organizations. You are in good company, sir. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much, David. As you said, my organization, Democracy Without Borders, is promoting better democratic representation and participation of people in the United Nations and the system of global governance. And of course, the inclusion of civil society is part of this mandate. Many member states are suppressing civil society at home, and they do not want civil society groups to have any meaningful role to play at the UN. It is exactly for this reason that those countries seek membership and often leadership in relevant bodies. Those member states that have a different view and who in fact wish to work with civil society need to strengthen their efforts and to coordinate much better. Those should become members and more active in the COSAC NGO committee, as well as the Human Rights Council, to push back against a restriction of civil society spaces at the UN that has been taking place for a couple of years, if not longer. Further, ECOSOC should only elect candidates as members of the Committee on NGOs that have a positive track record in terms of ensuring an enabling environment for civil society. The same, of course, applies to the Human Rights Council, as we all know. When establishing the Council back in 2006, member states themselves in the General Assembly decided in Resolution 60/251 that with membership on the Council comes a responsibility to uphold human rights standards. But what's happening, and we know that all, is quite the opposite in many cases. Better coordination in this regard, dealing with this issue, should be high on the agenda of democratic UN member states. Currently, there is a new debate about a possible group of democracies, and I believe that a strong UN democracy caucus is needed that coordinates value-based action in UN bodies. So a lot needs to be done at the level of member states. Nonetheless, the single most important proposal at this time, in my opinion, is the creation of the role of a UN civil society envoy inside the UN Secretariat, which is promoted amongst others by the Together First campaign. In a recent report, they pointed out that this new role would increase the UN's limited capacity to engage proactively with civil society. And this envoy would look into how processes for civil society engagement could be improved and identify best practices, inconsistencies, and roadblocks. Another recent proposal that I don't want to miss to mention right now is also endorsed by many civil society groups, and that's the instrument of a UN World Citizens Initiative that would allow people to put proposals on the UN's agenda if they mobilize sufficient support across world regions. I think it would be fantastic if this panel would like to discuss more the problem of member states, the proposal of a UN civil society envoy, and a World Citizens Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is not only succinct, but extremely rich with ideas presentation, and I thank you very much for it. I don't want to, enter into a discussion now. Let's go to a first round. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Ms. Maria Fernanda Espinosa, who is a very prominent representative of a very engaged member state, who is among the few ambassadors who's been permanent representative in Geneva and in New York, and president of a session of the General Assembly, the 73rd session, and who has made making the UN relevant for all her signature slogan during her presidency. Excellency, it's wonderful to see you again, albeit on the screen, and the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. Let me start by saying congratulations to WAAS for its 70th anniversary. I think that we have to acknowledge that the Academy has contributed to better understand the dynamics of our societies through its very qualified analysis and dialogue platform. So congratulations, happy birthday. And today I would like to address, or rather briefly mention, 3 headlines to start the conversation. And number 1, why multilateralism is vital to solve current crisis. Second, the role of civil society as a key contributor to strengthen and re-energize the multilateral system. And third, the irreplaceable role of states and local governments in shaping a new multilateral system, multilateralism that I call a 2.0 multilateralism. Number 1, multilateral diplomacy is the only option for humanity to address and solve its challenges. In 75 years of history, there have been so many changes in geopolitics, technology, security, development, and the multiple crises that humanity faces, such as climate change, environmental depletion, the arms race, financial volatility, rising levels of poverty, etc., violence, etc., etc. I think that is affecting people's lives everywhere, and they do not respect borders. Go-it-alone responses simply do not work. We have seen it so clearly with the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it has been not only a test, a harsh test for multilateralism, but a vivid example of the ineffectiveness of nationalist strategies. So in consequence, I believe that the international architecture has become increasingly complex, diverse, interconnected. Global governance depend on sometimes conflicting agendas and interests, not only among countries, but with local governments, international organizations, the private sector, civil society, in its diversity, of course, with different levels of representation and influence. We have heard that from the 2 previous speakers. And then what is the role of civil society? I think that during the commemoration of the 75 years of the UN, this was an opportunity to unleash a very intense, dynamic, creative, global conversation about the future of the organization. 1.5 million citizens responded to a survey, and the ample majority coincided in saying that the UN has undoubtedly made the world a better place, while at the same time acknowledging that it needs a profound retooling, a rejuvenation to respond to the current challenges. And of course, one of the key issues was the need for a more inclusive, democratic, accountable, and effective multilateral system. One of the outcomes of UN 75 process was a huge traction, societal ownership, engagement with ideas, proposals for the future of the UN. Thousands of NGO coalitions, such as the UN 2020 Coalition for the UN the UN We Want, the Global Governance Forum, academia, the private sector, came together to discuss and propose creative ideas. For example, the coalition of UN We Want produced UN 75 People's Declaration and Plan of Action. There are proposals on the table to create a UN parliamentary assembly, a peace building council, a global resilience council. There is a lot on the table. And the question is, what comes next? And allow me just to close by posing some questions. Why is the voice and agency of civil society so important for multilateralism? But of course, we cannot escape from potential conflicts of interest here. And yet civil society organizations are information providers, awareness raising on machines, on key issues such as climate. They perform oversight, accountability. They have closer connection with communities and citizens. They contribute in a way to equalize power, to democratize the system, as we have heard. And the second question is how to ensure that participation of civil society has built-in mechanisms that are predictable, transparent, part of the global governance architecture, and not a case-by-case decision. And I have experienced that as president of the General Assembly. I think this is one of the key imperatives of the retooling of the United Nations. The Secretary General speaking about a networked multilateralism. And there are countless examples of the fruits of the influence of civil society in advancing the multilateral agenda. The Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which entered into force very recently, was promoted by the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. The Women, Peace and Security Agenda was agreed in Beijing, and then Resolution 1325 on women was one of the crowning achievements of the global women's movement. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, after more than 10 years of negotiations with Indigenous peoples. And here my last point, David. What is the role of states, of member states here? And I think the challenge to bring in more society, more with the peoples, without weakening the key role and responsibility of member states is central. So this leads us to ask the question, how to rethink intergovernmental processes and diplomacy as central to multilateralism. And here there's some key issues, such as the role of the private sector, which is an unresolved issue. The increasing importance of local governments as service providers, as policymakers, and also as democracy labs, I would call them. So in conclusion, I think that it is urgent that we reconnect the scales of political decision-making from local to global and vice versa. Local, I would say, as structure requires the voice and agency from civil society. I hear the Together First idea of having an AGO, a contact person, etc., etc. Several ideas on the table, but it is urgent to listen to the voices and expectations of citizens. Reconnect communities of practice with communities of knowledge, decision makers with information and analysis, and science with policy and politics. And we have seen the importance, for example, of science diplomacy. So in short, we need to craft a new culture of multilateralism that is inclusive, that is networked, and that responds to the needs of people and the planet, and that is accountable and delivers. These are nice words, but we do have a golden opportunity of raising the voice of civil society. And this is the Secretary General report to member states that is going to come out this September on the future of the UN and the so-called common agenda. The voice of civil society in shaping this new common agenda, it's critical. And I would leave some more comments for the second round. Thank you, David, and back to you.
Thank you very much. Madam President, I cut a little bit more injury time for you, given a number of reasons, but also that you are, as a panel member, you are the only one who is saving our panel and giving us gender balance. But also, you understand the difficulty of president, and I must say you spoke for 7 minutes and 59 seconds. So I would like everybody to know that I will not be as lenient. The next one in line is Alan Ware. Alan is a very well-known figure in the world of NGOs, especially dealing with disarmament. And he has his hands full with the CD, which is probably one of the remaining intergovernmental organizations that does not have a formal docking mechanism with civil society. Alan, without further ado on my part, please, the screen is yours.
Well, thank you very much, David. Happy birthday to the World Academy of Arts and Sciences, and commendations to the Academy for bringing together so many experienced people. And I hope also that there's going to be more youth coming into the association as well. And I know that World Future Day coming up on March 1st, there's a big focus on youth voice there. So I know there's openings for that as well. I'm going to focus in my comments on the array of opportunities there already is and are for civil society to be effectively engaged in the UN and make a difference. And really the problems that I see are primarily that people don't know enough about that we don't have enough education in our schools, we don't have enough media attention to the opportunities that are there already for civil society to be engaged. And I'm really happy to come following Maria Espinosa, because as president of the UN General Assembly, and even before that, when she was ambassador, she was one of the champions of engaging civil society in UN processes, whether that's in cooperation with like-minded governments or in cooperation with UN programs and UN offices. These are a couple of the examples of ways to be engaged. And I've had that experience of being able to be engaged in dialogue that's had an impact on the UN Security Council, for example. We were very engaged with Costa Rica, who brought forward, the dialogue on implementation of Article 26 of the UN Charter, which is the article which requires disarmament to help sustainable development. And we've been involved in other issues, bringing issues to the Security Council. I've been involved in initiatives in the UN General Assembly, including working on draft resolutions that have been adopted. I've worked on cases in the International Court of Justice, including the 1996 advisory opinion on the illegality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons. I've been engaged also in the Human Rights Committee. We're taking submissions now to the Human Rights Committee on General Comment 36 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which is that nuclear weapons violate the right to life. These are just a few examples of mechanisms which are open to civil society engagement if you know how to become engaged. And as I mentioned, there are ways of doing that. It can be done directly with our representatives as citizens. The UN starts we the peoples, but of course those that have the voting power are the governments. So we can engage directly with our government representatives. But there are also UN meetings where civil societies can get engaged directly without having to go specifically through their government representatives. And in those meetings, we can even challenge our governments. We don't have to always agree with our governments on these issues. We can put forward new ideas, they can get picked up. And we can work in cooperation. That's where the NGOs are so important. Non-government organizations are helping to build cooperation amongst civil society to help us be more effectively engaged in the different UN bodies. And we can be engaged with parliamentarians. And while I see that there is a need for like a direct, parliamentary assembly, that would be very helpful, we already have an incredible parliamentary organization that has an official role with the United Nations. That's the Interparliamentary Union. 178 parliaments are members of it, and it is focusing directly on UN goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Peace and Security Goals, and the Interparliamentary Union is helping to bring cooperation amongst parliaments to effectively implement the UN goals and the role that parliamentarians can play. So we as civil society can engage with our parliamentarians either directly through our own parliamentarians and our own parliaments, or through parliamentary organizations like the Interparliamentary Union, or specific issue parliamentary groups like the one I run, which is Parliamentarians for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament. And we have a very active program with the UN Office of Disarmed Affairs, taking forward the UN Secretary General's Disarmed Agenda. So those are just a few. I could go on for like half an hour, but all the different opportunities that people have. As I said, we don't have the time for that. The problem is not enough people know about it. United Nations associations are doing a good job of doing model UNs to help young people get the experience of how to get involved, but we need more in our education systems. We need the UN in particular as part of the curriculum of all schools and all education systems in the world. And we need media to pay more attention to the UN. Too often they will criticize when they see something wrong, but they won't highlight the positives that are happening with the UN enough. And we need to encourage them to do more of that. With that, I think that we can enhance and support civil society engagement and help make it more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Almost 5 minutes, but okay, thank you. It was a good sort of cue for our next speaker, Ambassador Tibor Toth, former permanent representative of Hungary in Geneva, and now Executive Secretary Emeritus of the CTBTO, an organization which he ran with distinction for a number of years. And I'm very, very pleased to see you and give you the screen. Thank you, Tibor.
Thank you, David. Nice to see and to listen to so many friends and colleagues. Your 3 points. What can member states do? What can organizations? And what can civil society organizations? I have good news and bad news. The good news, individually and collectively, they can do a lot. Member states, they can open up the system of both codification and implementation fora and IGOs, not just like now at the general plenary level, but where the real substance is shared, the subsidiary bodies, technical bodies, working group, and technical expert bodies. Secretariats of organizations, they should not abdicate from the doable. They should not hide behind member states. They should share the shareable, be a sharing organization. Use civil society as a force multiplier, since they are short of resources, especially in these COVID-19 times. They can use civil society as a force multiplier through in-house science and technology fora, foresight and future exercises, education and knowledge sharing, both formal and informal, novel forms of telework, where there is a new cohort of civil society involved. Secretariats could rely on civil society organizations in no-go areas, relevant for them, but they cannot easily enter because of a lack of mandate, technical or political. Civil society organizations should be, of course, smart, but be more agile and innovative in entering the spheres of member states, IGOs, and their secretariats. Through political parties, parliaments, and lobby entities, even more descending from above, not just climbing upwards. In general, flood the system in a positive way, with ideas, with initiatives, with experts, with influencers, with public attention. A few words about the bad news. With all that, still we are utterly unprepared for what, as one of the futures, is ahead of us. A change of age, in my judgment. The kind of change of age that has been happening in modern history only each 4 or 5 generations, that is 121 is 30 years more or less. With the sea change passage that has historically been the most dangerous and perilous journey mankind can undertake, potentially taking not years, but decades, the passage itself. The last similar change of age happened the late 19th, mid-20th century, 1914, 1945. The previous one in the late 18th, mid-19th century, 1789, 1848. I hope those bracketed periods define what was behind us. periods of war, civil war, revolutions, uprising, and other major calamities. David, hopefully later, if you give me the floor, I can be a bit more optimistic about the bad news. Thank you.
Tibor, thank you very much. That was excellent and very consonant with something that I recently wrote about the international scene. But we'll get back to that. Now our next speaker and last speaker for this round, first round, is Mr. Carlos Alvarez Pereira, an entrepreneur, strategic advisor, as well as founder and CEO of the INENAXIS Research Institute on the crossroads of technological innovation, social science, and humanities. And I, for one, am very, very curious, as I know all of us are, to hear your views on this, sir. The screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. I'm also speaking here as member of the Executive Committee of the Club of Rome and fellow of WAAS, as you said. I'm co-leading the club two initiatives, one on emerging new civilizations, what can emerge from the present emergencies, and also the youth and intergenerational dialogues. So I agree with Tibor that the future is unknown. I wouldn't agree with him that this is bad news, but we have to build on that, on the fact that the future is really unknown. So in my view, the role of the Club of Rome in particular, WAAS to a large extent, but I cannot speak on behalf of all CSOs, is to ask better questions. That's what the club has been doing for many years, and getting us out of the scripts. I think we should stop pretending that we have the recipes for the future. This is very natural, but this is not consistent. We recognize the size and the complexity of the challenges, and a second later we would like to have the solutions, the linear pathways to a desirable future. It doesn't work that way. Complex systems do not change that way. They learn new patterns, and for the moment we don't know what those patterns will be. So this is more an exercise of exploration in which definitely the Club of Rome, I think CSOs can play the role with multilateral institutions to open the scripts and explore together. And in particular, abandon the script of reductionism, that of splitting everything and wholes into pieces and just look at the pieces, because this is not the way we will find out the answers to what we need. I would also say I'm very skeptical about the value of the paradigm of stakeholders in the present state. Maybe in different periods of time, it could be useful, but now all stakes are questioned. And I see a difficulty in reaching collaboration, deep collaboration between people around the table, each of them designating themselves as stakeholders, holding stakes. This is not the moment to look at the past of stakes. It's the moment at creating a new future by learning. We see this as a gigantic exercise of learning, in which, just to give an example, and I will stop here, we have to consider climate change is a consequence of fossil fuels, hence we have to abandon fossil fuels, but this is not an issue of technical shift from fossil to renewables. This is an issue of how do we find the way to combine well-being, human well-being, and the balance between the biosphere that we need. And we know that what drives well-being is not the consumption of fossil fuels or other fuels, it's the quality of our relationships with others, other human beings, with all living beings, and with time. This is a completely different question from shifting from fossils to renewables. And I stop here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. That's brilliant. Thank you. And we have actually exactly 21 minutes left. So I would like to ask everybody to give the good news or the bad news, but in telegraphies. This way, you can make the calculation. We have precisely 3 minutes per person, even without my pontificating and introduction. So let's I'll go quickly. We go with Liberato, please.
Thank you, David. I think what NGOs can do and what they are ready to offer is less of a concern than what Alan reminded us, and Andreas, the shrinking of democratic discourse in the locales where NGOs operate in their countries, and also at the United Nations, where there is increasing restriction of access. I think that the consultative relation and the work of NGOs work best and productive when NGO access is valued and more frequent, when the modalities and mechanisms are predictable and consistent across the UN system, and that these modalities and mechanisms are transparent and accountable. And I think President Espinosa has underscored the importance of the consistency, because the worst that could happen is an NGO leader coming from a certain under question. It's welling up. What is not welling up are the opening of the premises and the political access to the decision making, to the decision makers.
Thank you very much. Well, access we open because we are the landlords at the UNO, for example, but the access to the speakers is the secretariat of the meeting that is in question. And you know, I don't want to take up your time, but there was something very important that Andreas raised, which among other important things, but the fact that he compared the NGO committee and the Human Rights Council, and that we need to have people in the NGO committee who care about NGOs and want the NGOs there, same as people in the Human Rights Council who care about. But both are run by the intergovernmental process through the regional groups, the selections. How do we do this? Maybe in your next round, Maria or somebody wants to come up with some bright ideas on how do we affect that particular conundrum. Thank you. So we now move to Anders, please.
Thank you, David. I think this is really the key question that you've been raising. What about the geopolitical groups and rotation system in the UN? And perhaps it is time, given the fact that there is so much dissatisfaction with backtracking at the Human Rights Council and also the NGO committee, to put that in question to a degree. And I think that is worth discussion. I also wanted to note that it is good to acknowledge, like Ellen Ware did, the existing mechanisms of participation that exist. At the same time, I think we also need to acknowledge that many of those who operate in the system are extremely dissatisfied how this is functioning. I think we cannot brush that aside. And this includes the parliamentary dimension that has been mentioned by Maria Espinosa, the proposal of UN Parliamentary Assembly, and by Ellen Ware too. My organization is running the campaign for UN Parliamentary Assembly, in fact, and many dozens of very experienced, high-profile legislators are actually turning to the campaign because they do not find that the existing mechanisms that they have through the IPU and other groups are sufficient to actually be formally involved at the UN. And the same applies to civil society organizations that are so experienced, like Civicus and others. Maria Espinosa mentioned the UN 75 People's Declaration that includes a whole, plethora of good proposals. And I mean, a lot of thinking and deliberation has gone into that. And I believe it would be really good to not continue seeking ideas, but perhaps start pushing for those that have already come to the surface two of which I mentioned in the beginning, and one of the other ones came up later, the UN Parliamentary Assembly, the Civil Society Envoy, and the World Citizens Initiative. That's the three I think should be high on the agenda right now.
Thank you very much, Andres. Thank you. Madam President, back to you.
Well, I'll be short this time, David, I promise. I really promise. Very, very quickly, I think that number one, I would like to strongly support what Alan Ware said regarding education, regarding committing society to have a voice at the UN, in multilateral fora, not only the UN, but beyond in regional organizations. And I am very worried about indifference. And I think that one of the key challenges we face is to fight citizens' indifference towards, political spaces and decision-making. And I'm saying this because I recently looked at the Edelman Value Survey of 2020, and we see that 13% of citizens worldwide trust political parties, and less than half trust parliaments, and there is a major trust deficit worldwide. And I think that's where civil society, the work of NGOs come to play. So number one, education. Number two, Liberato was very clear, we do need built-in, predictable, consistent mechanisms. It cannot be a case by case. It depends on the secretariat of a meeting, etc., etc. I think it is good for everybody to have clear rules, to know how it's going to work. And of course, you have always the challenge of the tyranny of time and the complexity of issues. Civil society is not a monolithic entity. It is so diverse, it expresses so many different interests, but I think that we have to do the homework. And the right moment and the space to do the homework is this effort of the common agenda, the new common agenda, which is an outcome of the UN 75th anniversary process. And not only the civil society declaration and plan of action, but the UN 75 political declaration that provides, I think, oxygen, the space for creativity. So we need to go and do our homework. This is a challenge of co-creation. There is, I think, a space to do it, and I very much look forward to be engaged, to have a conversation, and to support the Office of the Secretary General, who is putting all of this together. Thank you, and back to you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Maria. Brilliant. You came under the 3 minutes. Thank you. Alan, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. So I'll mention 3 good points, 1 negative and 1 solution. 3 good points. I see that we have a much increased capacity for communication and cooperation, and part of that was actually forced on us by the pandemic. I mean, what we're doing today, the Zoom conferencing, people have got so much better at being able to connect with each other without having to hurt the climate by traveling to the conferences. And it's also been able to bring in more voices, because for the physical conferences, only those who can afford the time and the money to get there are able to participate. So this has been, I think, an incredible development, our increased capacity for communication and cooperation through that. A second thing, I think, and again, the pandemic has pushed this along. I mean, the pandemic's had negative things, but some positive things, is an increased understanding of human security and common security, and the problems of relying on military and confrontational security. The militaries of the world couldn't stop this virus from spreading around the world, and the resources which have been put into the militaries are like useless for addressing, the health and the economic outcomes, and people understand this so much more. So a third point, I think, is the increased capacity we have to make the transition from a fossil fuel-based economy to renewable-based economy and a sustainable economy. We have the technical capacity to do it now. There's much better transition processes, so I think that's possible. The big problem I see is the erosion of scientific reliance on scientific and evidence-based thinking and discussion in political realms. You know, the rise of fake news, emotionalism, nationalism has been eroding that. So we need to help get back to evidence-based thinking and discussion. And for all of those, the three positives and the negative, education is a key. Education about what opportunities we have and how we can make a difference and how we can build back better from the pandemic for a sustainable world, and education about the problems based on nationalistic ideologies and not looking at scientific and evidence for claims that are made in the political circles. Thank you.
Alan, thank you very much. Excellent points. On your first point about enhanced communications, absolutely. But I got to tell you, I admit I miss a good packed airport. Tibor, over to you, please.
Yes, just to spend a bit more time on the more optimistic points about the bad news.
Yeah, you promised us some good news.
Yes. I think the good news is too big to fail. So hopefully we all understand that what might be ahead of us or what might be ongoing, this change of age passage, this journey is something which we will have to take very, very seriously. The big question is whether with two big clusters of wicked problems, number one, climate change. Number two, implementation of the SDG in a post-COVID-19 situation. Can we add more in terms of how civil society can support awareness raising about the perils, potential perils of this change of age? And I think the optimists should emerge. Number one, the most networked generation we have ever had. For reasons Erwin identified, communication is growing exponentially. In addition to that, embedding in education all these issues in a situation of unemployment and situation of despair for the younger generation, these are all potential force multipliers. Where I see the first level of challenge is we are speaking about the preserved existence of the IGO system of codification and implementation. I don't think that with one change in one country, the situation will quickly improve. The IGOs and the forums are a linchpin between member states and between civil society. So we have to make sure that in the periods ahead of us, those IGOs are not so-called nationalized. They are not falling apart into 190 pieces, that they remain meritocracy-based. Why? Because only with the so-called Swiss Guard, we can preserve the integrity of the IGOs and their mandate. So the complexity is how to focus on this change of age challenge while not dropping the balls on the two other huge wicked problems.
Thank you so much, Tibor. Thank you. Now we go to Carlos, please. And we have 6 minutes left. So maybe we can have a 3-minute quick discussion afterwards. Thank you.
So I would say the good news is that complexity is not a problem. It's not something we have to simplify and we have to eliminate. It's not an issue. It's the foundation of life. Complexity is interdependencies, and it is thanks to that life has evolved on Earth. That's the good news. The bad news is that we, for a couple of centuries now, we have been thinking in ways which are far from that reality, from how nature works. And that framework, that paradigm of thinking based on rationalism and reductionism, objectivity, and all that has been useful for certain purposes, but it is not useful at all to understand a little bit better life and to ride the wave. So it is urgent that we change our ways of thinking and attune more to how life works. And the big issue is the later we do that, the worse. And Maria Espinosa pointed rightly to the issue of trust deficit. I think that deficit comes from the fact that people are living in the territories, which are in real life, which is much richer than we can describe with any maps. And we are living, and multilateral institutions, myself, experts, we are living in the maps. And the maps are not the territories. The good news, just to finish with that, is that we know how to create conversations, richer conversations, involving people as people. So leaving our roles in the cloakroom and our scripts of what we think we know, but actually we don't know, or a lot of what we know we haven't learned, because learning is different from knowing. And we can engage with people of all kinds in conversations which will lead to richer, which will lead to the emergence of new responses. We are doing that in the Club of Rome in collaboration with the International Bateson Institute, using formats called warm data labs and people need people. I'm not saying this is the solution, but this is a way of initiating the kind of conversations we need to get out of this idea that complexity is bad, and to get into the point of complexity is life, and life is good, and life will provide responses. Thank you.
Carlos, thank you very much. Thank you. It's been such a rich discussion. I'm not even going to attempt to kind of do an aggregation of the ideas, because it's going to take us at least another hour, at least take me. We have Rapporteur Lydia Grigorieva from our office, who will pull these things together and report at the end of the conference. But I just wanted to put this out there, and I don't know if any of you will be able to react to this. I don't want it to be a rhetorical question, but you know, in a world of the four horsemen that the Secretary General named last January, not last January, January 2020, of which totally bad relations among the most powerful countries. He didn't mention that the next stage down, we have absolutely unhinged regional countries or nations who do whatever they please without checking with anybody. We have the dark side of AI. We have the climate crisis, and we have a trust deficit at every level, top, bottom, sideways, inside countries, between countries. And the punchline is that in order to make somebody do something, you have to explain that it is in their interests. How do we explain to the stakeholders, as much as this is not a good word, as Carlos said, who are the member states, and where do we begin? To quote Andy Williams, where do I begin? Where do we begin to get people to understand that we need to do something? And what is that first something? Is that there? Anybody? Let's we have 2 minutes, so let's take 3 minutes of injury time.
I have a very quick response, and that is to remember that we are on this one planet together. And so the fate of each of us relies on the fate of all of us. We're like Spaceship Earth. And to put that concept forward in everybody's minds, I think that helps us then realize that what we do for the planet, for the world, for peace, for common security, we do for ourselves.
Thank you.
I would provoke all of you by saying that, why don't we start recognizing that we are lost and building from that, you know? Because it's much worse to be lost and believe that we have a map to go forward than to be lost and recognize we are lost. You know, the speed, many times we hear we don't have time, there is no time left. Gandhi said many years ago that speed is irrelevant when you go in the wrong direction. So it's more important to build a new consciousness of what is the right or the wrong direction, even if that direction is not the one we had in mind. Sorry, that's where we are. So I would start by that.
Thank you very much.
Maybe the quick one.
Yes.
It would be good to mention here the collaboration between the Academy and Congo, together with the UN Trust Fund on Human Security, in a survey among NGOs, what human security should look like and must take in terms of its forms. So I will put on the chat box the website of Congo, because that is where the survey on human security is lodged.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Maria, anything? Andres? Yes, Maria.
Well, no, I was just going to say that I think that we are living a unique moment of reinvention, of rebuilding. I think that the shock of the COVID pandemic has been, huge in all walks of life. Not only the way we communicate, the way we interact, the way we think, the way we consume, so many things have changed and have changed forever. And I think that I would support the idea of Carlos saying, we cannot go back to the same old. We are provided with the opportunity to collectively, to co-build, a better future. And I think that spaces for dialogue, for collective thinking, the role of WAAS is extremely important. Not only for participation of engagement of civil society in UN affairs, but I think broadly, more general, and the very concept of this moment of reinvention, of building back better and what it means, I think it's an opportunity that we cannot miss, and we have to be careful. Trillions of rescue packages worldwide. Lots and lots of money, but unfortunately we don't see clearly how is that these trillions are going to be invested to address critical issues such as inequalities in all its forms, to address the war industry and the weapon industry, Alan. And I think it is a time for reflection, for creativity, for trust building, for remembering our humanity. And I think we should miss that.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you. Andres, very quickly, and then Tibor at the end.
Right, very quickly. I think we need to recognize that national sovereignty is one of the key issues we are dealing with, and that's an insight that was already very prominent at the foundation of the World Academy. In view of nuclear arms, obviously. And I think at this very basic level, we need to recognize that the so-called, the sovereign nation state is not the last word in the socio-political evolution of humanity. And we are, now in front of the challenge of making a leap to a truly global form of collaboration, which is clearly more than the assemblage of some nation states, human society that is based on the concept of global citizenship and democracy.
Thank you very much. Tibor, the last word.
David, I think a key word for me is humility and soul searching. And we should start ourselves. If I might declare myself a member of the civil society, a concerned citizen, to start with ourselves. What are the issues or what are the layers of the society we left behind in light of where we are, not as of 2019-20, but 2021. And with this humility to do the type of soul searching, what do we have to do to change course? And we do not have to necessarily turn 180 degrees around. It might be enough as a function on each and every day to adjust by 1 millimeter with the humility of source searching the course we have been following. And we have to check whether the notions of left behind and underprivileged, is it a changing notion? Do we have to look into our own backyard as we speak now, without forgetting, for example, the neighbors and the neighbors of the neighbors? So a lot of soul searching is needed. I think we have to keep the balls up in the air, but we have to, while we are doing it, to revisit the fundamentals in light of what I described as something which might be coming towards us once in 4 or 5 generations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm afraid I can't add any more injury time, but I think from what, especially, this last round, humility and looking at our situation, telling ourselves and sort of confessing that we are lost, and together thinking how to find ways to rebuild better, get out of this situation better, I think is the only way to go, especially since in a normal situation you would have need for some adult supervision. Unfortunately, those who would provide adult supervision themselves need adult supervision. So we have nobody to sort of rely on other than our own bootstraps and pull ourselves in the wider understanding. So I don't want to cut into our colleagues' time. Thank you very, very much. I am really always sorry when there is very little time to have a discussion, because this was not so much a discussion, it was an expression, and luckily we had time to express 2-3 rounds of brilliant ideas. We'll try to make something readable out of it and share with everybody. Thank you so much. See you in cyberspace, better still in person soon. Bye.
Bye. Enjoy.
Take care.
Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations on a wonderful session, and I'm immediately going to go into our next session on art and science, a vital reintegration, I would call it. I welcome all the panelists and welcome all the guests from previous session also to stay if they want to. The more the merrier. Wonderful to see you all. And also I do want to acknowledge, first and foremost, an incredible support team from the World Academy of Art and Science that is working around the clock to support all the time zones and the programming. And we lean on you and thank you on behalf of all of us. I do want to congratulate the World Academy of Art and Science on its 60th birthday, and also to thank all of my colleagues, mentors, friends, collaborators, wonderful people, creatives, and scientists that I've met, and activists, I should say, that I've met over the years of being engaged in the World Academy of Art and Science. Welcome to the Art and Science panel. As the description of the panel outlined, we are looking at the ways in which art and science are multiple ways of knowing and how we need to reintegrate that knowledge to be able to respond meaningfully, creatively, and for the well-being of the planet, people, and our co-evolution, I should say. I'm thrilled to be able to be joined to convene this incredible group with my co-moderator, Donato Kiniger-Basili, who is the Vice President of the World Academy. And Donato, if you don't mind, after my welcome, I would love to listen to your introduction to the session, because you wrote a very insightful paper on the connection, on the roots of the connection between art and science, but also the causes of their separation and your attempt to reintegrate them, leaning on historical, mythical references in that paper. So Donato, please join us and introduce the topic.
Mila, thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for being with us. It's a real honor, and it's a really fascinating topic that we are going to discuss. Thanks to Mila's introduction, I don't have to say much more. I want to leave the floor to you. The little piece that I wrote that you may have seen was a sort of, someone calls them teaser, but it's really a way to to make you think about the importance of the essence of our own contribution as academians. We're all academians, and we are associated to the mission, to the purpose of this organization. That is really to advance the thinking of humanity, to improve, to stay connected, to have a dialogue depending on the possibilities that we have. I mean, nowadays we only have the possibility of talking online, but we will, I hope, also soon, very soon, be able to join again and to have other forms of exchanges. But the exchanges of the mind are productive when they really transmit something about ourselves. When we speak with our own hearts and minds, when we speak with our own experience, based on our own experience. And I believe that it's totally artificial to think that we are scientists on one hand and artists on the other, or we are political experts and sociologists on the other hand, mathematicians or engineers. I think we are a melting pot. In reality, we are, as academy, we are a melting pot. We are supposed to be a melting pot. This is really the foundation of the academy. This is our forefathers thought of the academy as an opportunity, as a network, the network of networks, as Gary called it, that is really the representation of different walks of life and in good intentions to create something together. So when we talk about art, we talk about creation. When we talk about science, we also talk about creation. There are two forms of creation that are part of our same self, our own minds, our own possibility to express ourselves. Past, as it was at the time of Aristotle, of Plato, of all the old thinkers of the classical culture or the Oriental culture, the yin and yang come together. We are not an exclusive part of something. We are an unicum. We represent an unicum as human beings. And this kind of human beings is what we need. We need people that through their own experience manage to communicate their knowledge and inform one another about the possibilities for the good common cause, that is the well-being of humanity. So our well-being as intellectual people, but people also that can create. And the creativity is the real source of everything else. Creativity of the mind, creativity with our gestures, creativity with our souls as well. So this was the intention of my little write-up, to summarize what is the history of this obvious confluence of creativity, as I said, where you have the artistic, the creative part, and the scientific part that come together. We are here to hear from you. So Mila, back to you for really introducing each speakers and giving them the floor to debate this particular subject. We may have different views. Obviously, we want to hear different views, but with the intent of collaborating as part and parcel of one World Academy, as our founding fathers wanted it to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Donato. Thank you.
Excuse me, I came in late. It's Sheldon Burlow, and hello to all of you. I'm from the United States.
Thank you, Sheldon. We'll call on you when it's your turn. Please stay muted, and we'll open up the forum when we're ready. We appreciate that. We're setting the stage for the conversation. So we'll call on you as soon as your turn it comes. So
Fine.
first of all, thank you, Donato, very much for pointing out a fallacious separation that has happened. There are reasons for it, historical background for it, but fallacious separation between nature and culture. We as natural beings are symbolic animals and culture makers. That is our nature, is to invent, to create. And that is so important to point out, so that the history of separation rather created a very violent polarization in the human psyche, in the human politics, in the planetary affairs, after effects of which we're witnessing right now, and to which we need to rise to address and take and forward and develop. Now, the history of that separation reveals that with the industrialization in the 1800s, there was an increased need for specializations. Art and science were not separated before. There's an increased need for specialization, and we have taken it really too far at this point, where we realize that the technological advances, such as steam engines, such as telegraph, or things like that, have actually taken us to a place there is a mismatch between technological development and psychological and creative development in that sense. So we've taken it too far, and we need to come back to the very opportune moment, which is critical right now. But even in the notion of kairos, historically, what it means, it's the most opportune moment for invention. It also means the will to invent. And that is our nature as cultural beings and symbolic animals. In that sense, human being is a multidimensional being. If we don't develop holistically, we will end up a crooked being. And this is what exactly is the malaise of the day in all of our domains of development and association. So the integration of knowledge is central, it's vital, as is the investment into art and cultural development, as is the new paradigm of human development. In that sense, I just wanted to set the stage quickly. So the point of this session is not to debate whether that's necessary. I think it's a pressing need and it's a parent need, but rather to think of ways in which we can bring about and accelerate this integration. We can honor it, we can bring it about, and also what are the ways in which the World Academy can actually integrate more its sources of knowledge and dissemination of knowledge, its programming, even to expand its own partnerships in a sense that that can develop the future of the World Academy holistically. That's the whole point. In terms of what art and science are, science is a mental art of the excited, curious exploration of our phenomenal world inside out. And art is in that sense a deep inquiry into inner and outer phenomena and expression of that inquiry. So with setting that stage, I would first actually like to call on an artist. We have an exciting panel. We have policy makers, we have scientists, we have artists, we have curators, renowned curators. I mean, it's a really exciting panel because this is exactly the kind of gathering, the motley crew that we need to integrate our call for action. But before we go into any kind of discussion, I would like to call on Serena Scapagnini, who is the creator of the wonderful poster that we are featuring on our website in all of our sessions. And Serena, you're coming to us from a scientific lab, an artistic lab, to bring forth an image of integration. Would you like to speak about that image? And I kindly ask our team to pull forward to share the screen of that image if we can right now. Serena, please.
Well, thank you, Mila. And first of all, I wanted to thank you, Gary Jacobs and Alberto Zucconi, to let me be so much inspired by the vision of the World Academy of Arts and Science. Regarding the graphic, which connects my work of art with the manifesto of the Academy, well, I think this unity in diversity is basically comes very naturally from the subject of the artwork, which deals with the neurons, and so the chromatic place of the two hemispheres, which runs to the center as a first symbol of this encounter between art and science. Encounter between art and science, which is not only playing a role because of the scientific inspiration of the work, in the sense that I'm working starting from the dendritic branches of neurons, which comes from the Hagley lab from the Yale School of Medicine, which I deeply would love to thank. But also because the two areas, not just say of the brain, but of our mind, might represent different area even of our life and disciplines. So this movement that runs to the center and naturally runs to this space gap, which allows every dynamic to be, it's one of the first reference to this encounter that in the embrace of the academy could connect like a global network, all these branches. So in the images starting from neurons, we could consider that the connection of the light starting from the center really create a common evolutionary dynamic that could be shared with the vision of the academy. Beyond this, just a few words to say about the work, which is inspired by neurons, but not only to create a reflection about the biochemical signalings that create our thoughts, or better, that allows our thought to be, but always paying an homage to this white surface of the paper where the images fades, and where we could imagine, as you were saying, that there is a space behind, like as we can see in the center of the images, this let's say transcendent part of the image that connect the two hemispheres, and so in this sense the two area of the human consciousness.
Thank you so much, Serena. Thank you for being mindful of the time. I really appreciate that. And as we started with the separation in the image, we see the two hemispheres of the brains, and that that separation that is necessary in order for us to realize the need for synthesis, for synergy, and for integration at a higher point. And that's exactly what we see in that wonderful transcendent arc that you bring in, full circle of the human development. I really appreciate that. And I call on now another artist that helped us put together the wonderful video about the history of the World Academy, Raffaele Rossi. If you can briefly tell us a little bit about your experience and your process, granted that you had to revisit in a crash historical course, 60 years of world history parallel to World Academy history, and what you have created in this wonderful video. We have already seen your work. We would love to hear quickly about your experience and your input in the convergence and co-integration of the art and science in your process.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say good evening to everyone. Hello from Italy. And also I want to thanks again the World Academy of Art and Science to this huge opportunity that I gave from Sergio here next to me, and also from Gary, and also to you, Mila, because this opportunity for me was maybe the possibility to watch again and study the last 60 years of history, thanks to one association that I can say had more than an influence on the last 6 years. Like Bertrand Russell said in the video, and when the manifesto came out 6 years ago, we have to think in a new way. So this video and this editing in this a few days in little tiny time was the possibility to think in a new way, thanks to the WAAS, and to add a new approach in this course of history. And it was a huge, I can say, marathon and running all over the time with you and with all the team of and Gary and the WAAS for creating this little documentary or this little teaser. I like the way to call it a teaser because can be now it's a teaser. It's just 10 minutes to have a little gauge on the last 60 years of history. But I know that this 60 years of history also came out with a documentary. So I hope there will be the possibility to extend this work in this project. So I would just want to say thank you for this great opportunity, this great dish that I get from WAAS.
Thank you so much, Raffaele. Thank you so much. And you certainly have brought to my mind the notion of reuniting and merging the techne and the ars in the Latin root of their connotation. The one of the art and skill and craft, and the other is the method or the way. Actually, ars in Latin roots means science as a method, right? So thank you for combining all of those capacities to portray what leads us to the present moment, hopefully leading us forward. Now I would like to call on Adelina von Furstenberg, who has recently become our fellow. We're honored to have your ladyship and to speak of your tremendous work of actually bringing arts of different kinds, different forms of arts, and in a very modern way, curating that knowledge, curating the entire arc of human accomplishment through your exhibits, through your foundation. Would you mind introducing yourself properly? Because I would like the audience to hear a little bit more about your background and your work and exactly what it is that enticed you and motivated you to create a foundation and to also showcase kind of unique artistic accomplishments for social engagements in your foundation. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, can you? So I'm happy to see you finally because we communicate, but we never saw each other. So thank you for inviting me. First of all, I'm very grateful to Gary Jacobs, to Donato Kininger, to all the committee of the World Academy to have me invited to be part of the fellowship of this organization. I will do my best to bring my knowledge and my experiences. In fact, my background is only totally art, creating art institution, creating curator schools, working in art since very long time. But all this is based on this concept of techne and techne, you just use it the word, and metis, but also techne and poesis, which means techne is the knowledge and poesis is the doing. So this combination of poesis and techne creates art, the concept of art. But in the same time, we have to add also the concept of metis, which is to use the sharpness of the mind to create an object of art. But science, of course, is the logos, because it's together all this knowledge. So I wanted to quote it here before speaking about my work, the French Hellenist and anthropologist Marcel Detienne, who says that if logos is, if science is logos and art is metis, then metis to logos is what knowledge and know-how is to art. So this is what for me is very important, that these two disciplines are very parallel together since the history. And in the art world, the artists are very much interested and very much close to the research. They work with the research, they work with the new form. For instance, right now there is in Australia, in one university, difficult name next to Sydney, called Wollongong University, a show called Stories and Structure, where there is the parallel between the Aboriginal and indigenous artists from Australia and images captured by the microscopes. And you see this parallel between this research of the artist and then the structure hidden in the natural world. So this reveals some unexpected, intriguing similarity. All this is a research that artists are very much spontaneously following, but in the same time, my organization, Art for the World, it came out from the 50th anniversary of the United Nations that I had the honor to curate, where the Article 27, everybody's right to enjoy arts and to benefit of science freely. This is the base of our organization. So we work with these two concepts together. After that, this huge exhibition of the UN, we did the 50th anniversary of WHO, which was traveling show between Switzerland, America, South America, India, called the Age of Awareness, again with a very large number of artists from all over the world, where we were able to confront the Western world with the global world, which was in the late 90s, beginning 2000, when the globalization in the art world became more and more open. So that opened us the possibility to make confrontation between the different culture. And most recently, my more recent work was the production of the film Interdependence on climate change and environment, where the different filmmakers from the 5 continents were able to illustrate the question as the problematic that we are facing today. And so this is why art is a know-how and science is knowledge, because this know-how can come from art and can be shared with the civil society and the experts through the everyday way of seeing the world, because both art and science look and observe the world. Just artists, they observe with a mythos, with a more, let's say, narrative way, and the scientifics, they look much more with the scientific way, but it's parallel. And I would like to conclude that art and science are the two sides of the universal language, and that, as Albert Einstein told, all art and science are branches of the same tree. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adelina. Thank you for actually already showcasing an example. First, we started from art creation from Serena and Raffaele. Now you're speaking about institutional responsibility. By having the foundation, you're also the bridge between international organization of UN and activist communities, which is incredible. So that you have a wonderful span exemplifying what an organization such as that can do to infuse institutional structures with more art representation, giving voices to the ones that have not been expressed or represented properly, and at the same time bringing and strengthening those communities, representing, for example, wisdom societies and other forms of knowledge that they also represent. So I really, really appreciate that, and all of that coupled with technological advances that you showcase, and really state-of-the-art artistic creation that are merging from combining technological advances and very impressionistic kind of individual individualistic, psychological, stream of consciousness kind of representations. I really, really appreciate that, because you're also sampling what an organization can be doing in a multifaceted way. I am going to quickly go to a person that is directly immersed in the scientific domain, but somebody who has actually been advocating universal polymathy for so long. The deeper he has gone into the material, the material starts being more elusive and reveals its immaterial nature. And I'm going to call on my dear colleague and collaborator, Rodolfo Fiorini, to talk a little bit about the unification in that universal polymathy, as we know that art and science were indeed, in the Renaissance times, all mental art, right? And artistic science. So Rodolfo, please.
Thank you, Mila. When I heard you talking, I didn't realize that you're talking about myself. Because
that's even better. That's the show of your humbleness and humility.
Thank you so much. But I think that I like to start with this a recalling for all fellows of WAAS, just advising to read a 27 years old book that is titled Descartes' Error by Antonio Damasio, neurologist Antonio Damasio, where I think that is fundamental to understand that the error of Descartes was just the duality of mind and body. As a matter of fact, we are just in a planetary moment to change and to amend that error, in the sense that we have to start to think about a non-duality of mind and body. And that's, I think, the new approach we have to follow, in the sense that even at mathematical level, we have structures that are linear and exponential. So our mind is able to follow linear thinking, and is, if well trained, even exponential thinking. But we are not educated to use both of those thinkings. And so we call one just a rationality, and the other one emotional. And as a matter of fact, they are just close together. As if we would like to be less wrong than in the past, we have to learn to use both of them together, because there is no duality. They express the same thing in a different ways. We are used to communicate by symbols, by representations, and those representations need interpretations, and so on. We can go deeper and deeper, and I just recommend you, if you want to know more, to attend my session on Thursday, the 18th, that is on ethics and information from biosphere to global security, where we go deeper and deeper on the non-duality approach at information level. And just to give an example, a simple example, think about the 15th century in Italy, the Renaissance century, where we had Leonardo da Vinci and Piero della Francesca, Luca Pacioli, and we got that as an important moment, a planetary moment for art. But as a matter of fact, if you go deeper, all of them had a strong connection with mathematics, and they created the perspective idea. And the perspective idea that they created at the moment, we can recreate, discovering how our mind creates perspectives. And that is the key to have a new vision of our words to be less wrong than in the past. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rodolfo. You bring in a key perspective here. I have mentioned initially the importance of investing and supporting and engaging arts and culture for holistic development, for a different course of development that we have done so far. And you bring in a very important notion of global security. And this adds on to what Adelina was pointing out, what happens with these unrepresented voices, that we experience loss of knowledge, loss of wisdom, loss of incredible insight. So we have crooked or misaligned or uneven development, which is the state of affairs today. And in order to envision a truly global human security, we would really have to foster on the kind of vertical plane full integration of human capacities, cognition, imagination, right? Memory, all of those things, right? Connect them, but also on the horizontal plane, all across our organizations, associations, and policy making for the future of development. In that spirit, and based on the notion of the future of human security, based on this kind of holistic development, I would like to call on Orhan Güvenen. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Please join us, sir, and introduce yourself. You come to us from a multitude of perspectives, and also as a fellow of a dear partnership organization, Club of Rome. Please unmute yourself and join us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really very much impressed of your presentations and what the colleagues presented. I don't know, the one that I'm going to present probably will be very modest. Anyway, I will try. I'm the former ambassador of Turkey. You want me to present shortly, very briefly?
Please, briefly, because we'll have a second round of insight, and we would definitely like to have a more conversation.
Just in 2 sentences, I'm former ambassador of Turkey to OECD. I taught in several universities, mainly decision-making, world dynamics and decision systems, and at the same time, nanotechnology impacts on socioeconomic structures, etc. So at the moment, I'm invited professor at University of Paris, and but in reality, I'm a poet. So all the remaining ones, I did it probably. I had to do it to earn my life and etc. But I'm really a poet. Yes, thank you. So if I may I continue? So I'd like to just make some comments, if I may, dear colleagues. Art and science, it's well known, are complementary. At the highest level, artists and scientists converge to polymath, as our dear colleague Fiorini, Rodolfo mentioned. Scientists come to polymath, to Renaissance man, exactly, to Da Vinci. As mentioned in retrospective and reflections on WAAS 60 paper, it's remarkable, really. I was very much impressed by Donato. And this paper well presented also in this context. I quote, it's not what Donato wrote, but in this paper, Retrospective and Reflections on WAAS, I quote, science has improved our lives in many ways. On the other hand, it has also given us the capacity to ravage the environment on an unprecedented scale and obliterate our species altogether. I think with your permission, it's remarkable, but the real problem does not come from science technologies. It comes from us, from we individuals, human beings. With lack of global social responsibility, destructive decision-making approaches, we create negative impacts in society in our planet. Global social consciousness, global ethics should remain a necessary condition in decision-making. The other explanatory factors may change through time dynamics, space and time dynamics. Ethics must remain constant at the individuals, institutions, corporations, nation states, and international sphere. To deal with highly complex questions of modern world, transdisciplinarity is mandatory to understand and solve these complex problems. The amount of data produced and distributed through modern communication channels is high. A remarkable percentage of this data is not genuine. That leads to a phenomena which is information distortion. With my apologies, information pollution. In preventing information distortion, the starting point, the initiator, the igniter constant should be ethics for the regulators and for information security practice. A transdisciplinary approach on education is required to educate future generations to deal with complex problems of the world. The existing education structure generally is based on department system. It transmits dominantly an education of subset and partial analysis. It does not provide the methodology of linking subsets within an iterative approach of transdisciplinarity. The dominant system of the world is driven by power and power of money. I call it system 2. The dominance of system 2 causes serious problems at world level, like conflicts, wars, human trafficking, degradation of national resources use, etc. I finish, dear Mila. To prevent such problems and to solve the existing ones, there is an urgent need to convert to system 1, which is based on science, art, technologies, innovation, value systems, culture, ethics, global social consciousness driven decision systems. Art, science, ethics, social global responsibility, human-centered decision-making will convert the solutions of existing problems to anticipative analysis and humanity. The real revolutions are in our minds, sensitivities, and aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being mindful of the time. And I particularly appreciate that you called forward the issue with power and power structures. As we have seen, there are not only issues within art, the separation between low and high art, between demographics that practice certain arts, between art forms and things like that. But we know in this separation, there has been a hierarchy created between science and art. And in many ways, we have seen in the budgets of nation states, in the global budgets, in the even family budgets, that art will always be slashed. It always has to take the back seat. And we have a situation here in the world now with the austerity programs that you also know. These are the first funds that get slashed and cut. So there's an issue about priorities and the vision for development going forward that we have to address in investing investing into arts and culture, and in the coupling of and valuing of arts and science together. So my question going forward for the entire panel would be to think about how we can have the systemic engagement of the arts to rebalance this situation. And then from there on, what kind of programming, what kind of initiatives in all spheres of human activity can we have for a full integration of art and science? Something for you to think about. And then I would like to call on now for a very brief presentation, or actually initial perspectives by Sergio Scapanini, with one note to Sergio, an introduction, a kind of a prompt. One of the things that I would like to point out regarding the human security on the individual as well as collective scale is the opposite of the aesthetic is not something that's beautiful and something that's ugly, all right? The opposite of the aesthetic is the anesthetic, not to feel. And the lack of empathy has been one of the crucial issues that we are dealing with now in development, in relationships, right? And especially now, the burning issue and the pressing need in the times of shared vulnerabilities of the health crisis in the world. Sergio, would you like to speak about the aesthetic and the anesthetic and how you address that and married art and science in your own work, empathetically?
Yes. Ciao, Mila. Good afternoon, good evening to everybody, according to where you are. And first of all, let me spend 2 words for expressing my emotion, because a few minutes ago, I could listen the intervention of Serena, the intervention of Raffaele, and this gave me the opportunity to thank WAAS in general, but specifically Alberto and Gary and you for having followed the effort of my young friends. Because when the idea started a few days back to have a beautiful poster, the poster started a little before, and the video, it was really something which we took from the enthusiasm of Gary for the film and Alberto for the poster as a kind of almost mission impossible, based mainly on the goodness and the enthusiasm of the 2 young artists. So I want to thank them both and thank the 2 persons, and I should say 3, because I have read also the beautiful interaction that you had with Serena and your passage from brain, mind to human consciousness, which is exactly what come into a point that we can connect with empathy, aesthetic and anesthetic. I am personally somehow joyfully obsessed by the real understanding of what we can call consciousness. Because we understand each other as human beings thanks to the language. And that is why it's so important to distinguish, as you wrote to Serena, the brain, which is a device, from the mind, which is a function, and to reconnect everybody into the marvelous definition of human consciousness. But exactly, where is the consciousness? Where is it formed? In many, extent, for instance, there is a kind of conviction in the world of literature, of philosophy, that the Romanticism has grown so much, and the philosophy has grown so much in the 19th century in Germany, because in the Anglo-Saxon language, there are more words to subtly define the soul, the mind, and whatever happens into our interiority in the moment of the so-called conscience. Now, consciousness is something which is still mysterious in the world of the neuroscience. In many other, happenings have been defined in the sense that scientifically we know which part of the brain enlight when we speak, when we see, when we hear, because of course, even thanks to some unfortunate event like when a person is hit by a stroke, the sign can see which part of the brain and the neuron are turned off. And they know that that is the area where, if you have lost the sight, is the function. And this is known since long. But till now, I try to follow this subject because it interests me extremely. There is not a precise idea from the science where and what exactly we can say localize as the marvelous and mysterious consciousness. There is a recent theory which has brought a kind of different side to the possibility to understand, and it is that the consciousness is not exactly a state of mind, so something which enlight in that moment, like the neurons which enlight when we see or we hear or we smell or whatever, but is a process. The consciousness is considered not like a state, but like a process, which is extremely exciting. It's a theory, it's not a certainty. But why it is so exciting? Because it brings to the same subject which we discussed yesterday about this feeling of life, which is in the beautiful title that you suggested for the film, which I have also to thank you, which is flashback to the future, which connect these marvelous things which happens in life when, from the experience of the past, you have a digestion of your experience in the present, and you try to project it in the future. Now, during the digestion, I think that consciousness compare our experience with what socially among the other human beings are considered the ethics. And the projection in the future can only happen if you are capable to connect with the consciousness of the other and try to create something which we can call the immediate future projected by our conscience, our dreams, our ideals. So this is marvelous because it brings the feeling of consciousness to the feeling of empathy. We cannot have a real consciousness if we are not in an empathic relationship with the others. And again here we are helped for our hope as humanity by the science, which has recently discovered the famous now, because they have been scientifically discovered in '92, like the mirror neurons. The mirror neurons, which create the phenomenon of the mirroring, is the simple fact, which has now scientifically been proven, that a person observing another person who is experiencing a kind of emotion or a movement or whatever, share and divide with them the same emotion. So
thank you.
This is marvelous because proof that naturally, by nature, as we have been created, we are for empathy.
We are wired for empathy. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. In fact, the social science has brought over this concept and said that if this is true, it has been also proven scientifically that sometimes this natural attitude by which we could be fraternal in each and every moment is sometimes limited and blocked by some cultural, say, prevention, which is marvelous, because proof that you will not go into this gift of life, which is to be empathic with the others because of your cultural limitation. And this brings to aesthetic and anesthetic.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you so much.
You enjoy this gift of the consciousness and of the empathy. With anesthetic, you are deprived. So let's be
thank you so much.
Empathic. Let's be humanistic conscious, and let's be together with WAAS for building together.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. First of all, I've been given an impossible task to have a panel of an hour and 15 minutes of 11 people. So I'm trying to make sure that everybody gets to speak. And my most exciting part would be the conversation. I know Adelina had a comment probably about this last presentation, right? And I'm gonna ask that to be brief. I'm just gonna say thank you, Sergio, for bringing in the third higher point of ethics, where art and science inform each other in a higher ethical point to basically determine the course of our development. So I'm saying that because I want to set the stage for my 3 more speakers, and I was hoping to get questions and other things. But Adelina, I just want to make sure that we get your response, and if it's going to be very quick, so we honor everybody else. Unmute, please.
Very quickly, I wanted to add to Sergio's comments that this Italian neuroscientist Vittorio Gallese, he's the man who spoke about this mirror and neuron, and he works very much with artists. So there is already, when a scientist starts to discover something that he has an empathy with his research, already start to work with artists. So it comes naturally, the collaboration. We don't need always to put together, they go to each other. So I know artists who worked with him on this specific question of mirror and empathy.
Thank you. That's marvelous. Already a point of reference. So I am, in terms of what we are mapping out here, is activation of this collective, integrated collective intelligence, right? And this, what I'm particularly interested in is, of course, this new process of social learning, right? And for that, I would like to call on Bob Horn to tell us a little bit about his own research, and succinctly and to the point, if we can, to open up that field and sphere of influence.
Well, what I want you to look at is behind me, what we call an information mural. And what I'm addressing and have been addressing for the last 20 years, along with a group of people, is the question of how. How do we actually integrate some of these things, art and science? Now, what are you seeing here? I had hoped to have a slide presentation that you can zoom in on and see in detail, but we haven't been able to do that.
You can share some of that in the chat as well, if you have a link.
All right, I'll do that. What you see here is a new genre of art and science together. Art and science integrated, already done 15 years ago, approximately, for the British agency in charge of nuclear waste disposal. The science of nuclear waste disposal. The mural was created by me as a result of the managing director saying, I've got 60 scientists running around the UK. They're drilling holes, they're asking people, they're doing all kinds of chemistry. I've got to integrate their thinking because I have a blue ribbon commission coming up that's going to ask us questions. And we have to have an integrated point of view. So working for several months, the result was a history. The first, you can think of in the leftmost third of this is the history of the nuclear age, beginning with the nuclear weapons. The middle section is the decision-making situation, the policy situation that the agency was in face of right now at that time. And the last third is their 80,000 year plan. I repeat, their 80,000 1,000-year plan. And when I presented that for the first time as a draft, the manager says, "Oh, no, 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 no." And I thought, oh dear, I did something really bad. He says, I like your mural, but it's got to go out to 1,000,000 years. I said, 1,000,000 years? And he said, yes, that's when background, when the high level waste gets back to background level. So then we had a brief discussion of that he didn't have enough hallway space in his agency for me to create a 1,000,000-year mural. So we truncated it a little bit and just put 1,000,000 years at the end of the mural. Now, why is this important? Number one, it integrates art and science. It is a new genre that is being created. It totally integrates this. There are about 400 visual elements, individual visual elements in this mural, and about the same number of verbal elements. So it's words and visual elements together. Extremely important because we're trying to give full meaning to the thing, to the art object. What do I call it? To the art object, to the science art objects. I will say just a few other things. I think mainly that illustrates what one of our former CEOs, presidents of the World Academy, a word that he invented that I love, Harlan Cleveland called what we need as situation as a whole thinking. And then the question becomes, how do you facilitate? How do you really get a group together to facilitate as much situation as a whole? You can't ever be perfect about the whole part of it, but situation as a whole thinking, we have to approximate all the time. Among my, by the way, this is the small version, fits into my studio. Actually, it's about 3 feet high. You can imagine it being 4.5 feet high and greater than 12 feet long. And in the cafeteria line of the British agency in charge of nuclear waste disposal. So everybody goes by it every day. How is it used? That way, but also the managing director gives his orientation to people when they come to visit. They get situation as a whole thinking right up at the beginning. And of course, he was able to address his Blue Ribbon Commission in the same way and get all of his 60 scientists on the same page with
Thank
art.
You, Bob. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The key thing here is what you have presented us with, how central this integration and unification of ways of knowing is to anticipation, to policy making, to generating new solutions. That is actually really projecting things forward. And I would really like to connect this kind of reasoning with one of the exceptional fellows that we have, who is a master strategist and political thinker who I truly admire. And Lloyd, would you be willing to share your thoughts on the perfect connection to what Bob was discussing? I know of your work.
Yes, part of my background is in psychology, and so I would just mention that the visual cortex has enormously greater processing capacity than linear language, and it's just on the threshold of being explored, I think, and not rapidly enough of what these lines of what Bob has been doing. I think it's actually the typical desk work for most people is tied to linear processing and language and reading linear documents. So we have not organized work enough to take advantage of the capacities from stimulating the imagination and the visual processing. I think it's just absolutely fascinating. What I wanted to do today is to focus in on policy implications from our analysis, particularly for UNESCO and perhaps for the Club of Rome and others. As a lead-in, I would say that the second most visited website now in the world each day is YouTube. People are voting as to whether they want to buy books and read books or watch multimedia, and people often connecting to them through multimedia, and they're selecting YouTube. So I think that's an opening to say that we can do better than just the written word alone, though that can be developed. In my thinking, I call the arts, I will just use the word culture as being everything, which would include science. But I think that that's what is being created by the imagination and sustaining us. And it's, if you do a causal map of how things happen in the world, it is, many people will say, well, of course, it's the culture is the critical part of the emotional consensus and when the time has arrived and so forth. But it's very hard to even agree on a definition of culture, and most people have not focused on it. So if we take that as our beginning, I want to suggest that we consider a project of improving culture each year by the product, let's call it the productivity of culture, by 5%. And for the purpose of culture, I will take connection or emotional impact to others, and then ask how would we frame the question and structure a policy discussion with the good offices of UNESCO as to how we would improve culture, given that will start an argument, but what do you mean? But that's part of the thrust of this. Let's take popular culture. We have many cultures: women's cultures, teenage cultures, scientific cultures, but let's take popular entertainment culture as an avenue, and we can look at the Billboard baseline of popular music. Most songs, even at their best, get in the top 10 for about a week or two and then disappear. So that's about the baseline of what we get in terms of emotional connection and value. And the economic payoff is extraordinary if you can get a hit song that stays there a couple of weeks and it really connects into people, and that they will hum or somehow engages some emotion that is remarkable. So we also have an answer to a question Bill Gates just raised: what are we going to do with all of our data? Well, with artificial intelligence, we now have, and databases we have available, if people have a use for it, all music that has ever been recorded in databases and online in all versions with all artists, and an enormous amount that can be processed and interacted with individuals to say, well, what is really connected to people? And how would you enhance that if we can learn about the brain and about options? That can be a technical scientific judgment. It can be cross-cultural creativity, borrowing. We have the prediction algorithms right now of that are like Spotify, that are really becoming quite remarkable about saying, well, if you like this, here is something like it that you might enjoy, which is a remarkable achievement to have that kind of refinement. But now the next question becomes, how would we distill this into coaching, into a curriculum? How do we get people to, by nature, become poets, or effectively in popular culture? How do you write a popular song that somehow conveys an emotional impact, or perhaps a sensation of beauty, but an emotional impact through people that is of more than usual value against the sort of background hum of, there's a poet, Billy Collins, who said in another realm that poetry is a bird and prose is a potato. So the question is, how can you, of the many functions that music might perform, teenage entertainment and so forth, but could enrich the culture and enrich a growth industry. For the third world, we think of them as only producing or primarily producing agriculture or products like the developed world did, but cultural products are an enormous way to connect to people and build part of your economy. But you need to get the pipeline straightened out. You need a real way to annually, I would say, try to find with a measurable way an improvement. You can also take, by the way, hymns in churches, any kind of music, if you're trying to create a spiritual experience. A friend of mine has commented, who's an organist in the church, most Christian hymns these days, they're kind of boring, or at least familiar. So we have, in any area, I think of the arts, the invitation.
Thank you for the wealth of ideas. For everybody that was really interested in Bob Horn's image, attendees are already sharing that in the chat, the link to bobhorn.us, so you can explore that. We only have, since we started like 5 minutes late, we only have the last minutes actually to round off this sharing. I will call it sharing. I wish it was more of a discussion, that we could have another round of conversation. But in this round of sharing, I'm going to call on Sheldon Burlow, who remembers a lot of the history of World Academy. We're coming full circle after, the revisiting of the history by Raffaele and Serena's vision of the current planetary moment. We're going to Sheldon to tell us a little bit about what he wrote about art and science in the context of the World Academy founding, in the context of World Academy programming. Sheldon, please unmute yourself and join the forum. We have only 3 to 4 minutes to round off. Please unmute yourself, sir. We cannot hear you because you're muted. Can our team unmute him?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, sir.
Okay, I'm Sheldon Burlow. I am in Buffalo. I am impressed by the wealth of information, research, and everything we have here. I come from a different perspective. I am a businessman. We have been in the commercial real estate world for a very long time. But personally, I have always been interested basically in education, and personally in the arts, of all the definitions that we can give to the arts over the years. Came into the Academy about almost 50 years ago, and with the original people. And it seems to me we are at a very important point, and really to get all this wonderful information and experience together, we have to start by saying, what is the definition of art, and why is it in the title of our association, the World Academy of Art and Science. Briefly, let me go into that. The definition of art, from my point of view, if you go to a dictionary or an encyclopedia, there are pages and pages of defining the fine arts and the music and the this and the that. And as I scroll down, to me, the one that appealed to me the most is, and it was from about a century ago, from Elbert Hubbard, if you know him, who was the founder of the Roycroft Association, which was to get to the roots of personal arts and preparedness and nature and so on. And he said, the definition of arts is not a thing, it is a way of life, period. That's my definition. And in order for us to go forward here and use all this research and all this brilliance, I think we have to first, then their next step is, why was the word arts put into the name of our organization, and what are we expected to do with it? And once we find that, then we come and say, okay, here's what we want, here's where it's broken, here's where we would like to repair it going ahead. And I can see openings from the students I taught at the University of Buffalo, 10 years in the honors program, of young people, a lot of in the engineering, a lot in the arts, and it was called Conversation Through the Disciplines, and what they woke up to, learning from each other, experiencing from each other. All of this, I think, will provide a foundation for our real goal here, is how to go ahead, not what we have done.
Thank you so much. That leaves us at a very high note, in a sense of inspired responsibility that you called us on. So Donato, if you have the final word, if you would like to round this off, I think we'll be cut off in a second. I really only wish that we had a deeper conversation, and you're motivating me to create different forums here in the Academy to actually generate real conversation rather than a procession of positions. So Donato, if you would like to close the session, I welcome that.
Well, I think we have to decide whether the arts are kind of like an add-on thing to our goal, or are they part of our goal and our life going ahead?
I agree, Charles, with what you said, and I just want to echo the words of Serena at the beginning, where she mentioned encounter and enlightenment. I think that we are on course for an enlightened encounter. So a very important date. We had a stimulating discussion around the concepts of art and science. We are up to our legacy, I think, and thank you all. So thank you, Mila, for moderating this session, and to everybody for their contribution.
Thank you all. Indeed, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
On a Zoom meeting. You can always.
Great to stay here. I mean, we're still live on YouTube. The break is on. We wish we had some art or music playing during the break. And I see all of you are staying. Well, to all of you that stayed, I want to note, and I wish I noted that to the audience. I think if people are listening on YouTube, there is a session on the importance of culture in systems change and engagement of culture in systems change. So that's upcoming by a group of colleagues that are going to create a wonderful session that hopefully will be much more in-depth discussion with much more strategic advice offered on how we can go forward along the lines of what Lloyd was speaking about. So wonderful.
Mila, if
Yes.
you can hear me, let me just add that the retrospective work on from Radio Free Europe and Voice of America and others on promoting political change in Eastern Europe has moved to understanding that the most powerful political argument was rock and roll. The beginning was to create libraries with the copies of the American Constitution in embassies and the more technical political theory, but what connected emotionally, and it was showed a set of opportunities for the West was the rock and roll connection of teenage music and a generation, if it were, a generational strategy. So I think culture most broadly, and now that MTV is a global channel, it's one of the young people I think have already agreed that global warming is a problem that needs to be solved, and we are going to be a beneficiary, I think, in the planet of that cultural change within youth culture. So I think it's an important topic that is great to get lost in once you get past trying to define what culture is.
I just shared an article recently published in Cadmus that I co-wrote with a fellow, Julene Siddiq, who will be in the panel on engaging culture for systems change. And it's about systemic engagement of the arts for cultural transfer, for global social transformation. And Lloyd, one of the key examples we gave there was, first of all, Woodstock as a phenomenon, really on what it has converged as a huge movement that ushered an empathetic revolution, really. And then after that, the new waves of the rock and roll festivals, such as Live Aid in 1985, it's a truly empathetic revolution where the hunger of another wakes you up. So the opportunity there and the crisis there was the famine in Africa, the starvation in Ethiopia that actually mobilized hundreds of artists from the world to create an event that was like, it broke all records as a global TV phenomenon with, millions, hundreds of millions of viewers. I don't have that, I cannot recall that information right now. It's all in the article. I just posted it in the chat. And we spoke about that as Live Aid also in 1984-85 actually staged, prefigured the breaking down of the Berlin Wall. It's the people that came together. It's the artists from Russia and USA and Japan and Australia and Belgrade and everywhere. They came together as a global movement, and that prefigured that kind of a breaking down of the barriers and integration, of political integration. So this is very, very meaningful what you are saying. This cultural transformation is a much needed space to be invested in, fostered, and engaged, because that's exactly, as you pointed out, is the integration of art and science. It's right there. Policy making, regulations, and education, and science, and arts, and civic engagement all in one. Just like its mental counterpart and ethical counterpart is the consciousness. Consciousness is also the domain, transcendent domain where the arts and science are inseparable. In fact, the separation makes no sense because the consciousness is the domain of all connections. So this is amazing. The only thing is that we have a session starting up now, and we are supposed to get off of this and join the session that's coming up on the World University Consortium. I appreciate your patience above everything else and your humility of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you,
Thank
Mila.
you. Thank you,
Thank
Mila.
you, my mathematician.
You are always outstanding.
That's true. Enlightened.
Oh, yes.
It was an incredible task. I was suffering because I felt that I've cut everybody short. And this is such a rich, rich conversation. This is only the beginning, I hope.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And we have the next session is starting in 2 minutes. So I think whoever is staying here will be sent forward into the next session of the World University Consortium, right? Yes, that's what that is. So I really hope that this group and our conversation is going to initiate more programming along these lines, even if we had another conversation. Orhan, thank you so much for your Turkish inspiration, that Sufik way that you brought into it. Thank you for your poetry.
Hi, everyone. I think it's time to take over and to focus on a new topic. I hope you are hearing me in a good way. I'm looking forward to see Alberto, my friend,
Alberto is still in the other session.
Yeah, we are still playing with the format on the screen. I'm sure Alberto will come. He does this all the time. And however, because we are now at the moment when we should start, I would make a couple of remarks and hope Alberto will join. We are under pressure, as Mila said, very rich discussions. We are 14 plus 1, 2 moderators, 12 panelists, and Gary Jacobs is with us, and he would like to have an intervention during our session. A lot of questions when you speak about Alberto, here you are. A lot of questions when you speak about universities. This is a session specially organized for the World University Consortium, a very bold project, reinvented, if I may say this way, a couple of years ago. But because the reshaping of the World University Consortium is not my it was not my responsibility. I was not part of this. I would like Alberto to start to speak about this. And after that, I will have a short remark. Hi, Pavel. And we'll start the run to have a very focused intervention of 5 minutes. And hopefully we'll have some time at the end for discussion. Alberto, you have
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I was here just, I heard you, but you couldn't see me. Anyhow, okay. Hi, everybody. Very shortly, some, of course, were from the very beginning, me and Gary had so many conversations about creating, as we did, a World University Consortium that would be a sister organization from the World Academy, and that would be also intentionally a different World University Consortium. We thought that there are even too many university consortium. We were, and I think we still are, more ambitious to actually create a consortium that would include not only university, but all the stakeholders to give a functional answer to what we see as the biggest problem. That sometimes education that has been growing, but it's never enough, is growing in quantity, but not in quantity, in quality. We need education that would foster people that not only would be employable, but that would have the tools to see and to act in effective, sustainable ways. And sustainable is that they have to have a sustainable relationship with themselves, because often we actually are very educated, but very ignorant how to relate with the different part of ourselves, or how to take care of our health and well-being relationship, and the relationship with the natural, with the planet and other people. So we're still very ambitious, and we have several projects, and one of these would be actually one of the panel on the master program of creating a sustainable leaders. But to you, actually, to toss the idea how together we can give a contribution to this challenge, how to be part of the solution and not of the problem.
Thank you, Alberto. Because we asked you to be very focused, we proposed ourselves to be very focused as moderators. And I'll go directly to some questions which we agreed on, and we hope we'll be able to provoke you. I remember when I firstly learned about university, the idea of university, and the professor told us there is no one image, if I can use this word, for the same global recognized word, university. University has changed a lot, and we can speak more about the transformation of universities in the last 100 years. But the question is if the university has changed enough in order to face the future. And we have four, let's say, big chapters that maybe we can reflect on them. One is the way university systems are organized around the world. And if this way of organizing universities is appropriate for the future. Certification. I was discussing with Gary a couple of weeks ago, I think, saying if I want to change the curriculum in order legally, in order the certificate to be recognized, I need 2 years. That means in computer science, fortunately, I don't have computer science in my university, you need 2 years to introduce something new. In 2 years, the new thing will be already old. Human central pedagogy. I am in a university field. Are the current universities around the world focused on this? And the last big chapter that we have on the table is transdisciplinary. I am not so old, but I am not so young. And I remember early 90s to speak about transdisciplinary, but early 90s, it was already an old topic about transdisciplinary. How can we face this if we consider the need for knowledge? And generally, higher knowledge are associated or used to be associated with universities. So these are just few questions that we want to tackle during our discussion today, but also we discussed in the World University Consortium for many times, and we try in the next week to come in front of the board of the World University Consortium, at least with some answers and directions, as Alberto said, how the World University Consortium can contribute to better understand the role of universities for the future. I'll stop here, and I will not do the introduction of you because I think we know each other quite well. And I like Irina, and I'm very happy Irina changed her program schedule in order to be able to attend today the conference. I would like just to mention something which Irina remembers very, very well. The first we know each other since 2007, but the first event that we attended together was a World University conference organized by UNESCO in 2009. Irina was an ambassador at that moment, and she attended as an ambassador in July. And so there are some milestones in the, let's say, history of higher education, or in the current, our times. And Irina, as Director General of UNESCO, was able to consider the recommendations of 2009 World Conference, and to implement. So Irina, you have the floor. Difficult task, 5 minutes, what we have to do.
Thank you very much, Prokopy, for this very kind introduction. I'm very humbled and privileged to be among so many prominent academics and within, I would say, the celebration of the World Academy of 60. And I see Gary Jacobs there. I'm happy because I know that one of my predecessors, Federico Mayor, was also very, very active and still is. And I'm grateful to you also for inviting me to speak briefly about, from my experience at UNESCO and within the multilateral system, what I think is important. I will just probably speak on 3 issues. The first is about the Sustainable Development Agenda and the role of universities. I think it's important that for the first time, and I'm very proud of it, when we were working for the formulation of the goal number 4 about equitable quality, inclusive education and lifelong learning for all, for the first time the role of universities was there. In the previous time, there was always kind of a feeling that universities are something apart, that primary education is most important and secondary added, but universities are only for national consideration. And now we see that universities are really the global leaders. And my first point is that universities should become really the global leaders into the implementing the Sustainable Development Agenda in all its 17 development goals. Because goal number 4 on education has 2 dimensions. On one side is education in itself, but on the other side is really the education for sustainable development. And it is very important. I think universities nowadays play even critical role in this area. They are drivers of transformation, and whatever they do, I think they are kind of how to put it, sustainability, sustainable development becomes kind of a new intellectual discipline within universities and an organizing principle of the universities. So I come to my second point. My second point is something that you did mention. This is about transdisciplinarity. I think it's really reflects the necessity of implementing this sustainable development. And Professor Zucconi just said that we really have to see how we relate to the nature, how we relate to the others. And this should be an organizing principle also more and more into universities. It's very much linked also to the putting human development into the center. I think that any education strategy nowadays must include in equal measure the deep consideration of the human, the way in which technologies, shifting economic powers and others are really affecting people. And this is when I come, because I'm, of course, very much contaminated with UNESCO's thinking. The great French intellectual who influenced UNESCO at those time, very much into the 20th century, Claude Lévi-Strauss, was saying, he said famously, recommending the unification of methodological thinking between the exact sciences and the human sciences, the speculations of the earliest geometers and arithmeticians were concerned with men far more than with the physical world. He famously said that Pythagoras, for one, was deeply interested in the anthropological significance of numbers and figures, as were the sages of China, India, pre-colonial Africa, and pre-columbial America. They were preoccupied with the meaning and specific attributes of numbers. So my point is really about interdisciplinarity. And my last point, because I know that time is very short, it is about putting indeed the human being, the human center, but it is about global citizenship education. This is the last target of goal number 4, target 4.7, which indeed is about something very important, to ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development, sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship and appreciation of cultural diversity, and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. So I'm very passionate about sustainable development and global citizenship education, but I just wanted to flank the importance of what is needed in an education in terms of creating a sense of solidarity, of empathy, of sharing, of diversity, which I believe is so much lacking nowadays, unfortunately, with the shifting politics and geopolitics. So I stop here. I wish you well, and I'm very much looking forward to this debate, which I believe is very, very important nowadays. Thank you very much, Prokopje.
Thank you, Alberto. It's your turn.
Okay, and so now after this very eloquent sharing by Irina, we would hear Ralph Wolf. Ralph, you have 5 minutes, and can you please introduce yourself?
Greetings, everyone. Hi, I'm Ralph Wolf, and let me just say a little bit of background. I'm a recovering lawyer. Set up a law school in the 70s for the first ever law school for public interest and poverty lawyers. It's still in existence today, but my whole goal has been social change throughout my life. And I headed a regional accrediting body in the United States for 17 years, along with a number of other academic positions. Now, I've been really focusing for the last 4 years on what's called the Quality Assurance Commons that focuses on the skills that employers say are most needed and most lacking from college graduates, employability skills. So I want to weave that into my comments. I think there's a really wonderful opportunity to create something new and different through the World University Consortium as we're trying to figure this out. But my comments are going to be less about content and more about how we go about doing this. Let me just say, in the United States alone, Credential Engine has done a research project and found there are over 950,000 degrees, credentials, and certificates being awarded. If we were to offer a degree program, and that's just in the US, if you were to multiply that across the entire global academic and non-academic enterprise, you'd have to say there is quite a large number of opportunities available. The question I want to ask is, if we are to make a difference, what kind of difference do we want to make? And I don't want us just to create yet another degree program, one of a million or several million, that is populated with a set of courses. With anything I've learned in the last 5 years, working with over 70 programs at 40 institutions, is that we need to move beyond courses to what are the outcomes we want to produce, what are the skills and competencies, and what do we want our graduates in these programs to be able to do? And to that end, I would say that we need to focus on the competencies. It's not enough to just say we want to teach interdisciplinarity or global sustainability, but how will we demonstrate that in the way in which graduates go out and do their work? So my feeling would be just several comments. One, I would like us to be non-elite in the selection of students. There is already enough elite universities in the world. Can we go to refugee camps, to other places, high promise opportunities for students? Secondly, I'd like to say we need to define who do we want to serve. So first, I want to say who do we want to serve after we define what skills we want to create and what outcomes we want to produce. I would submit that we should be focused on active learning and real projects that actually engage students in doing the kind of change. I'd like to see a program that's organized around disruption, not just preserving the past, because frankly, it's not gotten us where we need to go. Thirdly, I would say that we have a huge resource base within the World Academy with those in the consortium that not only active learning, but there needs to be active mentoring of students, building networks, social networks, and building community in a whole new way around the projects that students do. A good model of this is Singularity University in the US, which has global citizens, but where students have to come, their whole goal is to produce a project that's going to make a difference in the world. And that's, and they create, and they talk, and their curriculum is organized around disruption and artificial intelligence, genomics, a whole range of things. But to me, it seems to me we want to create a disruptive model. I'll just say one other thing, a couple of other things. Faculty need to be not just delivering content, but active coaches. As the saying goes, from sages on the stage to guides on the side. But I think we need to build a faculty model where all of us become mentors, coaches, to develop the next generation of leadership, but disruptive, creative. Finally, I'll just say that our content needs to be not only on the things we've been talking about, but I would see the content would also need to be about entrepreneurship, not just having governments do it, but where can we find those kinds of hopeful and create those kind of hopeful action projects that are going to make a difference, so that we're creating not only the future leaders in terms of thinkers, but I would submit terms of doers. So love to hear, let me stop and say, love to hear everyone else's ideas. And I think it's very exciting to put this all together and to create what I hope will be a really unique and disruptive program that will serve the future of humanity with real outcomes and projects.
Thank you, Ralph. I have a lot of questions related to what you already said, but it's not now the moment, because we have to give the possibility to the next speaker to have an intervention. I'm not sure if Ismail is connected. We'll clarify this. So I'll invite Marcel. He is the member of the board of the World University Consortium. We have had a lot of discussions, including the last 24 hours on email with different ideas. Marcel, you have the floor. Please open your mic.
Unmute your mic.
Excellent.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, excellent. Marcel,
okay.
5 minutes.
Yes, okay. We'll make it short. Thank you. I think I have been professor at various universities in Europe, in the United States, China, and Japan. But my main functions were director at CERN in Geneva and at Max Planck Institutes in Germany, and particularly at the European Union for the education. I'm still very active there. On the basis of, I'm still following with all the European rectors meetings. I follow the meetings, and I think that in general, like sustainability and many other topics like databases and artificial intelligence is already quite nicely integrated in the European system. That's my feeling. The only point what we do on a European basis, which I'm leading myself, is the topic about the transdisciplinarity. We are really planning to change the system in Europe, all over Europe, what we did also in the past with the Bologna Declaration and with other topics. We also would like to get a modern system, transdisciplinary. That means that there will be many faculties will not exist anymore, and we are building new faculties. But that is on a European basis, just as information. And I think all the other topics are quite well treated within Europe. In respect to the so-called my point at the WAAS WUC, I'm now there, one even of the executive directors at the WUC, and I am more or less thinking on the W, that is the world. Europe is well under control, and I think America too, and many other countries probably, they do their best. But I think that we are a world academy. That means that we are looking for world problems. Let the Europeans, let the Americans, let them do them themselves. They have a lot of academies and a lot of institutions available. But in the world, there is, for the time being, really nothing available, which coordinates in respect to education and culture and everything which is related to that one on a world basis. How can the World Academy integrate Japan and China, and also to have then the close collaborations with the United States and with other countries into the world? And that is, I think, one of the main topics which I personally think which is of the top importance for the World Academy. Now, in the World Academy, it is an academy that should give advices to a number of bodies, advices to governments, advices to international organizations, to world organizations. That is, I think, the duty. And I think that is just what I think what the World Academy should do. Now, for the time being, I understood we had one meeting, the chairman was mentioning that. I'm also new there, and I really expect that we really make a kind of a strategy study. For the strategy study, I think we need you all. A strategy study is not simply possible to do by a few people. You need about 20 people. And I'm looking really, where are the active people in the academy who could help with great ideas? And then in the vision of I was just mentioning, that is on a world basis. I'm also a little bit concerned with the fact, what are the great ideas, what we need? We have to bring the world together, that the people talk to each other, that the people exchange from this to the other, particularly younger people. And in addition to that one also have close collaborations, that one is working on great projects which have been worldwide recognized. And I think for this one and how to do that, it would be very useful to have some useful help. Who can help us? The UNESCO is very nice, but UNESCO has no power anymore. You can forget UNESCO. There is no money available, there is nothing. And I think one had to look for all possible ways in order to get mechanisms so that our wishes to get the World Academy, particularly between universities, that we can create that. How to do that? And then finally, if you have a good project, and I think we should have in the World University Consortium maximum 3 great projects. That's what I would like to see. 3 great projects. There's a project which I think should be to bring all these universities on the same system and to put them together. There should be a second one that is a kind of a coordination. What are the teen organizations or the teen bodies or so who could really help to realize it? And then the third one is to get it finally approved, that it is approved, that the system is accepted, and that finally governments are obliged or guided that really support that system. You could say that's absolutely impossible. That I understand. I got in my life various other topics. When I created the Bologna Declaration, people told me that I was crazy in 1990, and I got many problems from rectors of universities. But finally, today, each university in Europe is following that system. Now, I would really like to see how we could arrange that. Sometimes I'm dreaming. Once, when I was a young director at the European Union, I made once a proposal for a research project to the G7. That was to the President Mitterrand. And finally, they approved that the G7, and I can tell you that project after 20 years is still very active. It would be very useful to think on bodies who could help, and particularly bodies which we eventually could influence, so that things could be realized which is above what we are thinking today. Education on the world basis, I find that is fantastic. If the people in the world can talk to each other, have the same culture, that these people can talk on economics on a world basis, on politics, on all the areas, and they understand each other, is fantastic. I can tell you, it's not easy. 20 years ago, when we started in Europe, when there were Germans who spoke excellent French, they couldn't understand their French colleagues, although they speak the same language. It is even much more than the language what we need. And I think we need that on a world basis. I would not like to go further on that one. I've only a specific concern in the so-called the WAAS, and then particularly the consortium. That is Africa. I think we should do something for Africa. We cannot leave that alone aside. And we cannot integrate it into a project which is with the G7 or with the developed countries. That is not possible to put them together. We have to put that separately. But I think we should also devote special attention. And we should also find the ways, how could we bring Africa, and here as I only speak on the topic of education, how could we bring Africa closer together to all the other kinds of areas? And then what are the so-called specific programs which you have to develop? I think here we have, and I think particularly in WAAS, the WUC should really come up with some brilliant strategic studies and action plans. And I really hope that we could achieve. But we need more people active into the system. We need more people who are in WAAS and who are prepared to take an active job, an active role. I see that a complete structure had to be created, a structure in which various parts have a job and that we can execute the job upon this request. And that you also can do things, that topics which are impossible. I think we should follow a military strategy line. If we have to go around military people and we are in front of a river, now we have also to search a way in order to come through. We should also do the same thing. We will discover many difficulties, but I still think that we should make jointly a great effort, as this is, I think, the most important task from WAAS, that is the education and the research. And many other topics which we are doing is a duplication. And others are much better than we are, and we should not enter the field of duplication.
Thank you very much, Marcel. You benefited from 10 minutes for two reasons. Because you had the minutes of Ismail, but also because 30 years ago, when European Union started to focus more on education and on higher education, you were not crazy, you were visionary, because Bologna process influenced not just countries from European Union at that moment, but countries from across Europe. And now we are speaking about Bologna model in dialogue with Africa, in dialogue with Latin America, in dialogue with Asia. So thank you very much.
Chairman, I would like to make one point. I was one of the leaders in order to put the Bologna on paper. And I was one of the 5 people, and I was the rapporteur in Bologna in order to present the program to the Council of Ministers.
I know, and we are grateful for this. That was just an exception. The next speakers will have 5 minutes. Alberto, it's your turn.
Okay, I want to introduce a wise, powerful woman that has a very clear idea about education and value. Olivia Bina, please, Olivia.
Thank you, Alberto, and thank you all. It's really lovely to be here. I want to ask you to take half a minute to come with me to the 1619 on a coast of Ghana, and you are standing in front of a very long jetty. You are in a long queue. You are shackled in chains, about to board a ship that will take you to the so-called New World, and from then on, change entirely your experience of life. I want you to take that few seconds to be with me there in shackles, because I would like you to understand and feel the notion of shackles. Now, you may ask why, given that we are on the topic of higher education. And the reason is that I want to make a very simple point, but dear to my research at least, which is that I believe that since that moment and that project, a vast part of humanity is in some sort of shackles as a result of the dominant way of knowing that has so successfully colonized all countries and most of our higher education institutions. Now, this is an important point because I want to say 3 very simple things. Why do we need to change or do something about higher education? My answer to that is that we are very much part of the problem and that we hopefully can be part of the solution. What do I mean by problem? There are many, many ways we can talk about it, and there's tons of words out there, but I want to share mine. Mine is that the problem is a relentless destruction of life and of life's diversity. That to me encompasses all the crises we can list. And being part of the problem, by that I mean that universities, higher education systems continue to reproduce and consolidate dominant ways of knowing, meaning our shackles. In particular, I want to suggest that the main target of undoing the dominance is something that we call the human nature relatedness or relationship, which no matter how you slice it, we are we as humans, and then there is everything else. Life is not like that. The reason why we have a relentless destruction of life is that we continue to understand ourselves as separate. Now, this leads to what you could call the entrenched disregard for life of our socioeconomic and technological system, which I don't have time to discuss, but I'm sure you're all incredibly familiar with the many and multiple expressions of this. And that would be my what. What needs changing through higher education is how we look, admit, confront, make visible this disregard, because solutions are not missing. We know how to change pretty much everything, but do we want to? And do we understand what it is that would drive that desire for change that is so deep and would require so much courage, but I would say, better said, humility on our side? And my third and last point is about how. So a lot has been written and said, and I see Pavel is here. They've contributed with a beautiful study. How is not a problem, is the intent that is missing or wanting or needs to be further defined and felt. But if I had to put words to the how, I would ask us to embrace something that could include the words of radical, meaning root and rooted, radical integral pluralism, so that that dominant way of knowing, which includes the epistemology, the ontology, and axiology side of things, can be for once and for all put aside, so that something new and different can arise from this incredible crisis times that we are facing. And I want to finish, I don't know if I still have half a minute, but just to say that I would like to discuss a little more the take in our final summary that was produced for the 60th anniversary, that our idea of a reliable way of knowing for a human-centered knowledge may need at least a more discussion about whether we want to put the human being at the center of that circle or something closer to all forms of life, because it would make a very significant difference to the whole point that I tried to suggest, which is that our dominant way of knowing is entrenching a certain divide. And until such time that that divide remains at the basis of everything we know and everything we, every way of knowing that we promote and disseminate, I do not believe that we can solve any of the interconnected crises we are confronted, but we can buy time. We can. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia, and thank you twice, because instead of just speaking, you ask us to learn from an experience and to prove your point. You ask us not to understand, but to feel, to have empathy for people in shackles, and understanding that to realize and see our shackles and how we could free, and with a new paradigm that is based not only on knowledge, but also on respect, on empathy, not only for other human beings, but also for every living form of life. That is the new paradigm, either life-centered and people-centered, or bust. Thank you very much. Remus?
Yeah, Olivia said a lot of interesting things, but also somehow I was exactly the same questions after the intervention of Ralph. We have solutions. Are we ready to implement them? Or at least we might have some solutions, let's say this way. And probably the most important thing that we have to do is to talk. And this is a role of such an institution like World Academy of Art and Science. This is a role of UNESCO. In fact, the first time, 70 years ago, UNESCO invited universities around the world to talk, founding International Association of Universities. And another very powerful platform of dialogue is International Association of University Presidents, when they meet and they talk. And here we have the president, and very nice to see my old friend, and for accepting to attend this session. Kaka, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prikopi. And I would love to see all of you here this beautiful morning or evening or afternoon. And this is really, really a great talk tonight for me tonight. But maybe some of you, it's still afternoon or late evening. Anyways, I mean, when I was asked to speak about this panel, I was really delighted because so many hours we can speak about education, especially higher education. And as a professional and as a practitioner, I have 2 points which I want to make tonight here. Number one, as you know, we do have a large number of universities in my organization as of today, and we are ready to contribute to a world consortium of universities. And as we spoke already in Brazil 3 years ago, actually we are almost ready to start this new venture with several schools. And I'm still ready. I'm still, as a president of my university here in Georgia, we are ready to, and I have spoken with Gary many times about this. We don't need any accreditation, or we don't need any authorization from governments for starting this project. What we need to make this happen, and we have to start, and we have to start as soon as we can. And later on, some universities will join us, some maybe will leave, but it's going to be a great achievement for World Consortium, and it's going to be a good, great achievement for students, which are going to wait for us to do it. Because as we know, we already have said about this many times and many years ago. But I love to, again, to revive this idea and get started as soon as we can. This is first one. And second, please, higher education never ever will be the same like 6 months ago. Period. It's not going to happen anymore. We are absolutely different age of development right now, and we cannot afford to lose this revolution which comes to higher education. Because this pandemic and this COVID-19 changed everything, including education. And it's absolutely a terrible thing, but in higher education, we have a huge prospect right now to develop new ways and to include this high tech and with new tools for education. As Prikopi said, this just for the beginning, we need 2 years for accreditation, 1 program in IT, but not anymore. It's gonna be changing game changing now. It's gonna be very fast because everybody will be online soon, and or at least a hybrid education, and it can be a new possibilities for oh, I lost it, this one. Hello guys.
We can hear you.
But I cannot see you. I don't know what's happened here.
We can see you. We can hear you. So
okay,
just talk.
Yeah. So I couldn't see you, but I will continue to talk. And anyways, it's gonna be a lifetime changing coming up in next several months and in our field. Again, time is gone now for old style of education. New wave of higher education is coming. It's already in place, and everybody has to be changed. And we are going to change as well as an organization. And my last point is 2 things. So we have to do it as soon as we can in terms of regarding our new project, which will be supported by many universities in my part and part of World Consortium. And second, education is completely different as of today. When was like 6 months ago? Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. I think we'll have time for a second round of very short interventions, because you know, we have discussed about different possible solutions to reshape the higher education. But please consider two aspects, financing and equity. Because, you know, if we build a system that it's feasible just in some financial situations, that means this is not going to be someone for everyone. And we have a very, very serious problem here, especially in higher education, where just few people from poor area succeed to have higher education. But these are questions maybe you'll have in mind for the second round of intervention.
Dr. Pricopi, just 1 second, please. I want to just make one very small comment. Zoom webinar was impossible like 6 or 8 months ago, like we have right now. Are we agree all about this? Now we can do lecturing on Zoom anywhere in the world.
Yeah,
and the cost of equity goes in second or third or fourth part now.
I agree. We'll
And
look
it's
to
going to be a
this.
revolution.
I'm sure we'll witness these changes. Alberto, it's your turn to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since Elisa is having, Elisa, are you here? No, she's having some technical problems. So, Pavel, you're on. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure and honor to be together with you in this panel. My name is Pavel Luksha. I'm the founder of Global Education Futures Initiative. And actually the main idea of our initiative is to explore the future of education that serves not only the short-term needs of, let's say, immediate needs of economy, but this need for a more massive transformation of our civilization to address the massive challenges, the climate crisis, the challenges of global inequality and so forth. And of course, I really strongly resonate with many words that have been said in the panel today already, especially by Irina and Olivia, highlighting the need for education and universities in particular to serve transition towards a sustainable economy and society. And so I think when we look at the role of World University Consortium, it is not only to address the immediate challenges of university system, it's also to rethink what university is in the world after industrial civilization, the emerging new civilization that we are stepping into. And we evidently see a transforming mission of the university. We, of course, are aware of two critical missions that are education for employability and more broadly, this mission is evolving to become lifelong employability. So this is one aspect. The other aspect that is very evident is cutting edge research. A lot of discussion the last couple of decades around the idea of third mission, the development of society and economy, the development of territories. And I would like to introduce into our thinking the idea of the fourth mission of university. The fourth mission is actually that universities concentrate an incredible amount of knowledge and human ability to actually work with most complex challenges of our time. And this is exactly what the world badly needs right now. It needs to address the challenges of growing complexity of our society, the challenge of disbalances between the humanity and nature. And the global community of universities is essentially a system of nodes of thinking and practice that can become a governing system for the global transition towards a life-centered and human-centered civilization. And this is, I would say, a very high aspiration. We are not nowhere near that. But that can be something that drives us into rethinking what is the model and the role of universities. And also, of course, very pragmatic questions that Remus, you are talking about, like business model, like what are the stakeholders that need to be involved. all of these questions, when we aim for that higher aspiration, we really start to recognize how we have to address all of those questions differently. And so in the spirit of that transition, I think we need to, as a World University Consortium, to bring a number of catalytic projects that really can start shifting the paradigm within the university system, using the, let's say, the consortium of universities that already stepped in, that already are thinking along those lines. So I want to only bring, I have a lot of ideas, but I only want to highlight 4 of them that I think will be the immediate, will bring some immediate gain. So first of all, I think the conversation, like Remus, you're saying that we need a conversation. Yes, that conversation needs to be held, but the conversation needs to be held with the spirit of that, what is that future that emerges for universities? So we need to do it in the spirit of visioning and prototyping. And as Global Education Futures, we are having some of these conversations. For example, right now we are beginning a new conversation with a virtual university called Campus Coevolve on the potential of online collaborative learning for transformation, exactly from the point of how we can help human transformation and community transformation and territory transformation and economy transformation through online learning, where collaboration is happening, where new projects are catalyzed. So this is one of the things we really can create a future lab within a university consortium to do this kind of projects. The second thing that I think we also can do is called future skills. Together with World Skills, a movement that is focused on professional skills, we just completed a global project with 49 countries participating. What will be the needed skills for the 2020s? In the aftermath of COVID and other crises and the challenges that we are facing. And we see a lot of need for new skills, technological skills, but also human-centered skills, and also regenerative economy skills, universal well-being skills that need to be developed and widespread. And how can we connect with communities like World Skills that are very focused on professional education, but more focused on, let's say, vocational education. But in when we speak with people from that community, they see universities as their main counterparts in bringing future skills to the economy widely. And there is a growing demand for this kind of work. Thirdly, I strongly resonate with the need to talk about not only Western perspective, different perspectives in what is the ways of knowing and what are the holders for this. There are different ways of organizing knowing, and there are different types of universities that exist in non-Western world. For example, we can think about Islamic universities that existed long time before Europeans one. Chinese universities that existed millennia before European ones. These are communities that want to step in and they want to discuss how can we bridge the Western model of university with non-Western ones, and what can be the best ways of integrating knowledge with these different, let's say, civilizational models. And I think communities like BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, are very willing to step in and support the work of World University Consortium. And finally, we have a very successful approach that we have been practiced for the last year in the business school that I'm working with, Skolkovo School of Management, transforming universities across Russia. There are hundreds of universities that we've been working with in a kind of acceleration programs, where leadership teams of universities step into these programs. It's a kind of half a year to a year program where they go through a process of rethinking their own university by at the same time amplifying the work that they're doing. I think World University Consortium can do something like this, but at a larger scale. And this is exactly one of the things we can do to catalyze the change systemically. So these are my 4 offerings, and I'm happy to take on with you in practical implementation in any of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pavel. And we gonna follow up on this idea and proposal. Now is Remus' time to invite the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Alberto. We have 2 speakers who were not able to connect for different reasons. So it seems that we have Janani and Yehuda, the for the first round. So, Alberto, please. Am I right?
Lloyd, I see Lloyd from the beginning.
Lloyd, sorry. Thank you. So, Lloyd, if you are ready, I kindly invite you to have the floor. Alberto, thank you for helping me. So this is the added value of having two moderators.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to acknowledge and bring to Gary's attention, I think, a brilliant accomplishment already from the this meeting, which is the phrase "a planetary moment" in the title. I think it's one that we should hold on to. I think it captures the frustration of growing numbers of people around the world with the way things have been going, and the ability to foresee how things could work a great deal better, and an impatience. And in terms of marketing and the emotional resonance, it's a lot better than SDGs or more abstract ways of talking to the public. Yeah, I hope we can, in every packaging, say a planetary moment is a resonant theme that coalesces an emotional consensus behind all of our projects and adds something that has been missing. For today's discussion, I was thinking back to our remarkable meeting at Berkeley at the beginning of global education discussions and the participation back then. I just wanted to give you a brief marker of appreciation and even celebration that I've checked, and the major purveyors that I'm familiar with, Coursera, EDX, and the Khan Academy, each are now over 100 million students each year, and they are all financially viable. Thank you very much. And now, coronavirus has been pushing this, but that's part of why I think we are at a moment, certainly in higher education, where people are saying, look, we know about Zoom, we've mastered it, we don't think it's impossibly complex and expensive, we can do some perhaps very remarkable things. So I just wanted to mention that we also have discovered through this vision of a number of courses that are not part of the traditional academic curriculum that have been among the most popular. One, Alberto, is about emotional well-being. In fact, it is the #1 course, the science of well-being from the Yale Psychology Department, now with 2.2 million students enrolled this semester, which is about, goes up each semester, but it's quite a remarkable need and a market that can now be met. I also would mention Johns Hopkins University, which has responded splendidly with a course for training people to be contact tracers for COVID vaccines for infections, and they now have 800,000 students registered this term from around the world. And for K through 12, the Khan Academy has over 100 million, but it has 46 languages covered through a remarkable network of translators. So I want to suggest several projects which I think we are ready for and that would be a little bit ahead of their time right now, but that's exactly where I think the Academy should be, is to pull the pieces together for something that somebody ought to be doing. One is a citizenship week, a global planetary citizenship week that designated each year. Possibly, I would pick with BBC TV and some of, because they are global and they can put in the journalistic independence and integrity, perhaps with the Financial Times and others and partners, to pick a core group of programs that could brief all people who want to be global citizens, like an annual stockholders report of saying, what are the numbers, who's accountable, how are we doing, why aren't we getting this solved, and moving it forward. But the core would not be a set of lectures or presentations, so those would be part of the signatures of data and accountability and progress, but also things like the presentations by each of the of NGOs about what they are doing, grouped by different area. You can use not just television, but also the internet, so that people can find out, if they care about things, where financial support, where volunteers, and progress can be made. And I think it would be in each of the special development goals, sort of a remarkable way to bring through UNESCO and its consultative bodies an involvement of the civil society directly into a global discussion that really helps good ideas to meet up with supporters and build momentum with a degree of visibility. So a lot more to be said about that and the creativity that would be possible if, as a catalyst from a number of leading organizations who want to push this. But I think we have people who are ready and would like to link up internationally and to help hold people accountable. Thank you very much with some metrics. Second area I wanted to mention very briefly is business school. I think we're still somewhat deficient on that in terms of curriculum. We are going to need a great deal of fast economic growth coming out of the coronavirus to make up time and build hope and enthusiasm. Being able to train people to, particularly to be entrepreneurs, is a remarkable dimension if you can pull it off, or if the Club of Rome can pull it off, or somebody can pull off that dimension of a global business school. I think it's very worthwhile doing and will help us a great deal. But if you can help people, just young people starting up saying, well, how can I make money?
Hello, Lloyd.
I hope that's something that could even be mentioned in Citizenship Week, but in terms of brokerage discussions with people who might know how to put up a global business school that really helps with the entrepreneurial question, would be remarkably interesting psychologically. Two more quick suggestions. One is pre-med. I think it is one of the perhaps areas of agreement for strengthening all universities and educational systems in all countries, that we want a strong curriculum for the world future and for their country's future to identify talented and interested students throughout the country who would like to go into those whole realm of occupations and contributions. We have ample evidence that the percentage that people are willing to spend out of growing GDP for medical services is higher than in other sectors, and the Gates Foundation will support nursing education and many others. But I think in terms of some catalyst for future planning, and that we are on the cusp of transformations in digitally based medicine, which can bring down costs and require new educational backgrounds. I won't go into that directly, but two more quick points. One is on cities. The Bloomberg philanthropies are spending billions now on link-ups of all the world's megacities, which is where many people will live. Those are the locations of many problems. That kind of civic planning initiative, let's call it a beautiful cities movement or planning movement, is a kind of engagement I think that could be fostered as well with UNESCO and the World Academy to look at, for example, architecture and city planning and now that we're coming off of close downs of urban areas and looking forward to driverless cars and so
Dear
forth.
friend,
Look,
please,
how are we going to
take
get
it
out
short because
of
we're
the cities
7
and really
minutes and
create a beautiful space
people have
live.
to speak. It's very interesting, but you have to shorten. Thank you.
Okay. I was going to mention the Global Divinity School, but I'll stop now. Thank you.
Yeah, what Alberto wanted to say is the fact that you benefited from the 10 minutes that were not allocated, just 5 were allocated, but we followed you and thank you for your intervention. I suppose, Alberto, now having the floor, I can invite the next speaker directly.
Janani, a wonderful colleague, and actually 2 wonderful colleagues. One, she's very good. Another, she's very good because it's helping me and everybody else. So 2 thanks.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you, Alberto. I'm Janani Ramanathan, and I'm working in the field of education research. In 2013, some of us at the World Academy asked ourselves this question. If we were to design an affordable system of world-class education that is accessible to everyone, everywhere, how can we do it? That would have been one extraordinarily stupendous task, but it also happened to be the time when something new was emerging, the massive online, open online courses, the MOOCs, which Lloyd just referred to. Classrooms expanded from tens of students to tens of thousands online. So that was when we asked, why not include the whole world, and founded the World University Consortium. Among the various aspects of education that WUC focuses on, I'd like to focus on just one point now, the delivery of education. Online education, we know, is far from perfect, but the pandemic has showed us that it is an essential part of our future. So while there is need for qualitative improvement in online delivery of education, I wish to focus today on the quantitative need that there is in large parts of the world and how online courses can meet that need. An Indian doctor recently said in an interview when he was asked about vaccine hesitancy in the country that vaccine hesitancy is a privilege of the first world. Now that reflects a quite complex reality, but the same thought can be applied to online education as well, with 20% of the population illiterate, 75% of our youth not enrolled in college, and the acceptance rates in some Indian universities less than 2%. Online education can be the lifeline. This is true for several other parts of the world as well, and in different situations in developing countries, in societies where girls and women have constraints, in conflict zones when adults need to reskill, and during a situation such as this pandemic. UNESCO projects that across 180 countries, 24 million children who were enrolled in school may not return due to factors that were caused or aggravated by the pandemic. This will be in addition to the 258 million who were already out of school in 2018. We can bring all of these children back into the education system through an affordable, self-paced distance education. Only 66% of the countries have achieved gender parity in education. Online can bring in more girls. In conflict zones, 27 million are out of school. This can give them another chance. Youth from rural areas are more than twice as likely to be out of school than their urban peers. Distance education enabled by technology can bridge this gap. There are several other issues here, no doubt about it. We need a better infrastructure, for example, to make this happen. Recently, there was news of a girl in a Malaysian village who is sitting on top of a tree and writing her exam using her phone because that was where she could get a strong internet connection. But even with such constraints, great things are taking place. In an Ebola treatment center in Sierra Leone, there was a case of 40 healthcare workers who took an online course on Ebola that provided essential knowledge of the disease, all taking turns using a single phone. So Distance education basically is not new. There were postal courses in the 19th century and radio and television broadcast of lessons throughout the 20th. Only now technology has made it so much more possible to design that affordable system of world-class education accessible to everyone everywhere, which is the idea behind the founding of the consortium. So I believe if we look at a model that combines communication technology with physical classroom interactions where possible, we will have a model that meets both the qualitative and quantitative needs of our youth. There will be 3.5 billion youngsters by 2030, and we will need about 70 million new teachers to educate them. And UNESCO has declared that in a world facing a learning crisis, digital learning should be an essential service. WUC can be one of the stakeholders that facilitate this essential service and contribute to the global effort to meet SDG 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is your term, Remus?
Yeah, now with patient, our final speaker is ready. Yehuda, you have the floor now, and please.
Not the last is Gary. We have Gary.
Ah, sorry. Again, once again, the added value of cooperation. Yehuda, you have the floor, and after that, it's Gary. Please introduce yourself and unmute the mic.
You have the phone lecture recorded. You have the lecture recorded.
Yehuda, yes, we said yes to your 3 minutes video, and nice to see you, man. We hear you well.
What Yehuda is asking.
Hello, my name is Gord Katzman, and I work for the YK Center and SDG Israel. I'm here to represent Professor Yehuda Kahane, Fellow and Treasurer of the World Academy. Professor Kahane is here with us. However, he is unable to speak, so I will be speaking on his behalf. Over the past 2 centuries, capitalism has driven substantial economic growth. However, this growth has not been responsible for the thrivability of our planet in terms of society and the environment. This economic model now threatens the continuation of the human species on planet Earth. A basic economic principle is that everything is based on people's desires to have more money. Basically, that can be taken to mean that the economic metric is the only one running the show. The basis for our system is a limited supply of land, capital, and labor, and thus less limitations on our systems. Capitalism has other flaws, such as no perfect competition, the false representation of natural resources in supply and demand, and economic externalities. This is what led the Nobel Prize laureate Joseph Stiglitz to argue that the invisible hand is invisible because it is not always there. This means that neoclassical economics must make slight changes to what is valued, like multi-dimensional metrics, economic, societal, environmental, and consciousness factors. In short, ESEC, E-S-E-C. New metrics should be added to our understanding of economics. This can work if there will be an approximation or new factors and metrics that will be incorporated into our economic model. A possible change would be a redefining of the national accounting system to bring up the positive and the negative elements of our economies. That can translate social and environmental benefits into monetary terms. The SDGs could be the basis for such a model until other models catch up. The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, represent trillions of dollars in investments, and most of them are long-term. How can we obtain the necessary funds? The only source of long-term investments are pension and insurance funds, including Social Security. On the one hand, the pension needs long-term investments to back up their commitments, and on the other hand, they must create pensions for millennials. This is a perfect match. Each dollar invested in the SDGs will not bring high yields because of externalities that are not taken into account. The prospective investor only receives the economic profits, while others, the government or the public, get the environmental and social benefits. The investments are more in environmental and social fields and only partially in economic fields. If the SDGs become the business of governments, then they could facilitate an approximated solution. Governments must do this, as they manage the SDGs and the regulation. If each country issues a special long-term bond which can cover SDG investments with a high yield, it may suffice to return a pension or social security to the entire population. It can be easily transformed to a privately owned sector through insurance companies and pension funds. This way, we finance the SDGs and create a pension and jobs for millennials and future generations.
Thank you very much. Before to invite Gary to have the floor, please allow me for 1 minute or 90 seconds to share with you a dilemma. I used to be Minister of Education in Romania for 2 years. I used to be Deputy Minister, Secretary General. However, I used to work almost 15 years in different positions in the ministry. And generally, when I attend this kind of meetings, I find out a lot of new ideas, new solutions, but it's not clear for me. If I would be today again Minister of Education, my question is, what should I do? Because I can apply immediately these solutions, or some of the solutions are already implemented, but they will apply to Romanian citizens. Or now, here we are talking about a global approach to higher education. Globally, we have a lot of people out of school or out of education. So the question is, if I am to reshape the accreditation body, and I'll be accreditation indicators, not body, and I'll be interested to see the opinion of Ralph, I'll do it in half a year, in 1 year, in 3 months, through changing the legislation in Romania. But if I am to apply a Romanian small good solution globally, that will not possible. And if an Indian or US method of doing something in higher education to apply to Romania, it will be more difficult. So I think our challenge today is to try to give a solution that will help people across the world to benefit from good practice from specific places. And that is applicable to curriculum, to credential, to finance, to university professors. I cannot invite someone to have a class as a professor in my university if that person, never mind how great, Bill Gates cannot teach in my university according to Romanian academic standards. So these are the questions that we have to answer if we want to have a global solution to a global challenge. I'll stop here my thoughts, my dilemmas, and Gary, please, you have the floor.
Remus, as if the group had not said enough already on the table, you have just put one more very profound comment. I would just like, first of all, to thank all of you because this was a fantastic discussion. Of all the ideas that I wished, I had a wish list of topics that we would discuss today. You have raised all of them and raised the questions and also pointed to some of the solutions, and there's no way. I would just like to say a few things apart from the thank you, which is the most important. I'd like to go back to what Lloyd said about a planetary moment. I think we should think of it from that point of view. I'd like to go back to what Kaka said, that education will never be the same. And what we've heard from Ralph, not only today, but in other wonderful discussions with him, about how already the credentialing issue, which Remus has rightly mentioned as critical, is already changing. And I don't think we are here to talk about incremental changes. I think we're here to really think about what the new paradigm would be that could answer the question which Janani asked. She didn't tell you where. She asked it in front of an audience at the United Nations office in Geneva in 2013 as to how you would create such a system. And we've been asking that question for the last 7 years. And the only clear answer we've received is you wouldn't do it the way we're doing it or planning to do it or talking about doing it now. We need a new paradigm. And I think many elements of that have already been touched today. Irina mentioned the essential part of transdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity. Olivia about the need for new thinking and getting the right thing at the center of the diagram, which is a lovely discussion to have. I'm eager for it. And Janani talked about the online delivery, and so many elements have come together. One thought, I wish we had 5 days for this topic because we have enough material for it, and maybe that's the next thing we should do in World University Consortium. But I'd say for the moment, supposing we remove ourselves from the equation of who's going to do anything and ask ourselves what really should be done. I think we have the brain power, the richness of experience, intelligence, and experience to draw up that conception to answer the question that Janani asked in 2013. And we will get a very different answer today than we did then. In fact, the technology, we didn't have Zoom, but we had WebEx and other things at that time. The technology existed to answer that question 7 years ago, maybe not with the broadband speeds that we have today, but it was not the problem of the technology. It was the problem is we were asking the existing educational systems to change totally inside out. And if you remember at the Berkeley meeting in 2013, we had the Dean of Online Education from Stanford. And Stanford, which was the birthplace for Udacity and Coursera. And we asked him, what type of support do you have within the university at Stanford for going online? He said 80% of our faculty is either terrified or deadly against this. And now what happened? COVID came along and changed all the rules because there's no university that could afford to say, we won't do this. We won't teach this way. It's broken the barriers, I think. I think what we're missing today is a really clear conception of what the alternative delivery system could be. Not that everything goes online and we abolish how many tens of thousands of colleges and universities. They play a different function. Not with the existing kind of pedagogy where we're mainly using the online just for one-way transmission of information. We've had experience to show that this online can be as interactive or more interactive than much of the classroom is, but we know we need social contact and all. Supposing we just put the question before us now, can we come up with a master conception, whether it's for a national level model or a global level? And I just, one more point is that what already, I think the idea of national level credentialing is already disappearing. We've got companies in Amazon and FedEx in India who say, we don't care what the national credentialing is. We want people with these capabilities. And if you're an entrepreneur, if you want employable skills, or if you want to start your own company, you don't need national level credentials. You need national level credentials to work in a national level school to perpetuate the existing system. So I think if we accept the fact that what Kaka said, education is never going to be the same, but what is it going to be? Can we come up with a viable model that makes sense to us? I think we have the elements of it here, not dreaming, real elements. And just one more point, you know, when when Giovanni spoke at Geneva, it was the basis of a report that UNESCO had written when Irina was the DG, in which they talked about you'd have to create five universities the size of Harvard every week for the next 15 years just to meet the next 100 million students who are standing in line. And even in India, the education is unaffordable. The price that people are paying for the except for the government, it's just unaffordable. We can deliver it, we can deliver the world-class faculty at the lowest possible cost. And I think all these issues are, let's not think of what we can do today. Let's think about what we can conceive today in a way and present it as a challenging model to the world. And then we'll think about what our role is or others' roles are, because governments are desperate, especially in the developing countries. Universities are desperate everywhere because the economics are not working anymore. We have to look at a model that works for the students, that works for the governments, that works for the universities, that works for the faculty. And my last point, I've already exceeded my time, is if we get that new system, look at the educational resources that the world has today that we're not utilizing. The retired teachers, the experienced people in every field and every profession who would love to spend their years, their mature years, sharing their experience with each other and not just teaching a textbook, being mentors and everything. We're using a tiny fraction of the knowledge resources or the educational resources that we have in the world. There's no shortage of that. We just have a very inefficient system because it was perfectly designed for 100 years ago, and it's not able to adapt quickly enough for obvious reasons. So why not come up with that conception, something that makes sense to us? And I think we have the capability, if we get that conception, and I think it's right within reach with all of the perspectives that have been raised today, that we can reach out to others. And I wouldn't, whatever its limitations, I would not write off UNESCO. I think UNESCO has a tremendous role to play in future, maybe in a different way than it's being done today. We have the resources and we have the connections. Let's use it. So I just want to thank you all for really stimulating discussion.
Thank you very much. It seems that I was too optimistic, saying we have time for a second round. I shared with you some of my concerns and dilemmas, so I think it's fair, Alberto, to conclude and to have the final words for this session. And thank you once again to everyone. Alberto?
Thank you for the contribution of everybody, including the wonderful people from the support team of WAAS. I agree with what has been said, and I want just to add that we have ample scientific proof that people-centered, student-centered, active learning gives better results, not only in the subject matter, not only also online, but helps people in critical, and that was Irina underlying, critical thinking, being an active citizen. So we can build a sustainable education for a sustainable future, but there are some barriers. Together, we can, work to overcome that barrier, and probably we should start with some pilot project that, and with the help of everybody, we can give the word. We don't. It's not us. We don't want to, have a trademark. We want to empower everybody to do the obvious. Let's stop being part of the problem and let's try to be the solution of this planet.
Thank you. Thank you also for the technical support. see you in the next sessions.
Well, the next session is going to start as soon as we let them.
We are ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Mariana.
This is what this next session is about, this beautiful mosaic of human faces and the humanity that emerges when we are seen like this, when we show up in the public spaces together. I am honored and thrilled to have my co-host and co-moderator, Ketan Patel, take the lead forward with this session on global referendum and the possibility of a global referendum and us providing a channel for a voice of humanity. Ketan?
Thank you, Mila. Thank you very much. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the participants on this very important topic. This is a topic quite a few months ago that Gary and Mila had been exploring and had spoken to me about. And it's such an important topic for us to figure out. So we have a very experienced panel spanning academia, also international institutions and NGOs, with understanding of technology and the United Nations and so many other important topics that we need to consider to see if we can bring this to play in the world. I'm going to quote from a WAAS, a World Academy paper that explored this topic at the time that we first discussed it. And what they said was there were, at the beginning of this century, 28,000 NGOs in the whole world. Within 2 decades into this century, there are now 10 million NGOs. That multiplication is enormous and represents the level of interest that people have in reaching civil society. 41,000 of those from 300 countries are actively engaged at the international level, representing the views and voices of people. And surveys show that somewhere between 70 and 94% of these, apparently, from 27 countries, are welcomed by the people of the world to represent their views to the whole world at large. So this is already a movement. This is already a demand waiting to be satisfied. The question on the table is, how do we make that happen? And we have 3 sub-questions we'd like to pose to this panel. The first is, what is the right question? But we want to spend the smallest amount of time on that, because I think we have a good grasp of the questions and how big they are. Some of the people on the panel, though, have such experience, they will share that with us on this question. The second question is, how do we engage the community with strategies and ideas to make sure the world voice is actually heard? And the third important question is implementation. How do we make this happen? So I'm with Mila going to ask the panel to speak on each of these topics. And we'll take them in turn and ask the panel to, in a very short space of time, something like 5 to 6 minutes, lay out their stall and their views on the voice, the strategies, and really major on how we make it happen. We'll then actually convene a short session where we interchange ideas and express how we will push this forward. So let me begin with Liberato, who is president of the co-NGO, having spent 40 years working and participating in NGOs and civil society and social movements. The work that Liberato has done spans religion, faith-based social movements, with a focus really on human rights, peace, justice, sustainable development. And all of that, I think, places you, Liberato, in a good position to talk about this topic. Let me hear from you, please. Let us all hear from you.
Thank you, Kiran. So great to see familiar faces on the screen. COVID has denied us of seeing each other across the street in places where we inhabit for our work, but hopefully we will see each other again. I chose from the three questions that Ketan has posed to us, I chose to address the questions that matter. And I will adhere to your instructions. So as Ketan said, I'm the president of Congo, the Conference of NGOs in Consultative Relationship with the UN. And I have a little over 23 years of full-time work based at the Church Center for the United Nations, just across First Avenue and the United Nations headquarters. That's a Methodist building, and I represent the United Methodist Church worldwide at the UN, aside from being the president of Congo. My work and social advocacies for the last 4 decades were conducted in my capacity as a conscious participant in NGO, civil society, CSO, and critical social movement organizing and mobilizing. And I want to name those three because I think the fullness of a global referendum must take into consideration the expanse of civil society presencing and organizing. They are not just NGOs, especially those that access global institutions like the UN. There's very little of that. Even bigger in expanse are the CSOs, but much, much bigger in expanse and presence on the ground are critical social movements. Gary has heard me deliver a speech in Seoul, Korea with him on an academic setting where the academic community has already explored the role of critical social movements, those that really matter on the ground, and therefore behooves any one of us who have access to global institutions to make sure, as we are always reminded of the importance of international law. International law does not really matter unless it's expressed in municipal law by those who are working on the ground. So the privileging of NGO at the global level is something that we must look at always with humility, because the people on the ground, the critical social movements, are those that really move the international law to their significance. So in my NGO work, I have endeavored to affirm each person's voice and agency. And I gave importance to that aspect in the previous conversation where Andreas also was, which is to say that there should be no proxy representation of the voice and agency of anyone within the widest expanse of civil society. And therefore, if that is one of the critical principles of a global referendum, to get the widest expanse of the views of how people claim their voice and assert their agency, that should not be denied. And that the modalities of global referendum should make that possible, rather than the funneling, the privileging of actors that will eventually interpret what those people's longings are. And the World Social Forum, the World Sustainability Forum, there are so many other venues where the widest expanse is happening. Because a global referendum must capture the deepest longing of a people. And I think WAAS is very wise in defining the moment no longer just in the terms of hitherto globalization, but in terms that are far more planetary, cosmological in weight, and therefore the multilateral systems that we develop must adjust to the planetary challenges rather than tinker with them. And hopefully, we address a little bit of that. I submit to you that conducting referendums and the canvassing of the voice of humanity is a serious undertaking that demands full regard for the humanity and the generic capacity of people for self-worth, and regard too for the finitude and fragility of the earth. I am always amazed but equally fearful of what it would like to digitalize that experience, to digitalize the longing of people. I can only tell you that the digitalization 4 centuries ago of the history of the Philippines meant that the archives of who we are and our struggles for self-determination were hidden away from us from the beautiful libraries of Valencia and Madrid and Toledo. It's the same colonial history taken away from the sub-Indian continent and brought to the libraries of London. So sub-Indian scholars, Indian scholars, the subalterns have uncovered that. So the canvassing of those longings for self-determination and for human existence must be taken into consideration, because we're not anymore dealing with the hauling of documents away from the colonial site into the colonial capital. We're talking of digitalizing. We're talking of technology that will encrypt the very soul and spirit of their struggles, which in the end they may not have eventual access to. So, in the lastly, mechanisms and modalities must not be devised to give voice to people. No one is without voice and agency. But systems of domination and subjugation have, over the course of history, denied peoples the venues to speak their own voice and platforms to assert their own agency. I bid us that the global referendum must address those concerns, because they are, again, as I said, they are concerns of the deepest longing, not just for sustainability, but for the full flourishing of human dignity and human worth. I have a longer presentation, but I'll end it there. I'm excited from hearing from the others.
Beautifully and passionately put.
Thank you. Thank you, Liberato. Absolutely wonderful. I mean, you have already provided the mobilizing speech for this project, and this is wonderfully put. It has been a pleasure to work with you. And I am with you, basically looking at the way we could address universal needs and aspirations. When we were thinking about this project, we thought about the imagining what that humanity's self-reflexive exercise would look like, imagining what the image of humanity would emerge through this expression, and the kind of undeniable proof of the shared vulnerabilities, universal needs and aspirations we would get, things that we would not be able to unknow once we know it, and also what it would look like to build global consensus and activate global consciousness to provide that voice for humanity across and beyond socioeconomic and political divisions. So the image that would emerge across those divides, whether that's in Seoul that you mentioned, or in Belgrade, or in Tehran, or Tel Aviv, would be the universal humanity capable of self-determination, dignified existence, and social agency of which you speak. And to tell you that from imagining that, we have gone to strategic brainstorming, building partnerships, and actually exploring ways in which we can digitalize that expression. And for that, we have reached out to a dear colleague, fellow of the World Academy, but also a fellow of the really high-level, renowned futurist think tank, the Millennium Project, that happens to celebrate 25th anniversary as well. Dr. Mariana Todorova is a futurist, visionary, strategist, and author, and was a member of the parliament at the National Assembly in the Republic of Bulgaria, advisor to the President of the Republic of Bulgaria, and associate professor at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. She's an extraordinary ally and expert that we have leaned on and kind of brainstormed with. What would that platform look like? A digitalized, distributed, blockchain-based platform look like? She is also the director and founder of DG Agora, of which she will speak a little bit more. And also working on this project, she launched a project called Digital Africa with the German government, connecting people from 3 capital cities in Africa, asking them how they can evaluate SDG achievement. So as you can see, we have already been prototyping, collaborating and partnering and working away from this centralized way of kind of canvassing that to decentralized and now to distributed ways through blockchain to do that. Mariana, please unmute yourself and join the platform, the forum, and tell us a little bit more about the work you have already built and pave the path for our joint work with the Academy forward towards global referendum.
Thank you, Mila. I'm really excited to share this panel with such brilliant people, and thanks to everyone who represent WAAS. And I personally want to thank you to Gary Jacobs and to Jerome Glenn for the inspiration I have for you. Because I deeply believe that synchronicity with such gifted people helps to create great ideas and causes. Thank you once again. For the short time I have, I will mainly discuss 2 dimensions of realization of global referendum. The first one is why it is important to launch a global referendum initiative now, and second, how to achieve this goal. There are several reasons to strive to organize a global referendum. While I was politically engaged, I discovered that current model of democracy is in a systematic crisis. And there is a huge risk that institutions and governments will become illegitimate over time. People do not believe in the systems they represent, do not feel engaged, and don't think that anything depends on them. And in order for the global institutions of the future to have legitimacy, they must become decentralized and to involve more people. And the second reason is that governing itself is getting harder. Publics will demand governments to deliver security and prosperity, but in the same time, there is a growing list of emerging issues which hamper government performance. So governments will also have to decentralize the decision-making process to avoid social unrest and social revolutions. And the third reason is that almost all of the challenges that humanity will face soon will require global decisions, not those taken by separate nation states. And I mean climate emergency, ecological catastrophes, control over artificial general intelligence, nuclear weapons, space weapons. And this might be the questions that we can put on such kind of global referendum. So when I resigned from politics, I dedicated myself to finding a new model of democracy, the so-called liquid or delegative democracy, which is a mixture between direct and representative democracy. And it can be applied not only in politics, but in any sphere that requires decision-making and consensus building, like governmental bodies, political parties, huge organizations, public companies, etc. Then, together with a small team, we elaborated a blockchain-based platform because blockchain provides transparency and accountability. So we elaborated this platform for consensus building and electronic voting that introduces the so-called liquid or delegative democracy. And generally, it aims to establish a global digital community and to engage it in a decision-making process on behalf of humanity. And the platform evolves the way democracy and decision-making are functioning. It enables stakeholders to vote directly or to delegate their right to a confided person. And this is actually the way liquid or delegative democracy is functioning. So in March, we will launch our first joint pilot project with German government and an NGO, which is United Nations SDG Index. And as you mentioned, the project is called Digital Africa, and it aims to connect the citizens of 3 African capitals and to ask them how they assess the achievement of SDGs. And I also had an introductory conversation with a current US senator who would like to use the platform for daily inquiries and feedback from his humanity, but we still don't have an agreement. And the third project probably would be with the women's civic movement, which wants to exercise a new manner of structuring to prove their true strength to the authorities. And they will use DigiAgora for self-proving, self-legitimizing, and for the visualization of their real power. So this project will be small referenda themselves, and we could use them as a case studies to transfer know-how and knowledge to prepare best strategies to organize a global referendum. And I will be happy to transfer the results so that we can prepare this. And of course, in conclusion, this idea is much bigger than we are. We can't privatize it, but it needs an engine, driving force to start it and to make it happen. So in my opinion, this endeavor deserves to become one of the projects of the future of World Academy of Art and Sciences. And I'll be very glad to be involved and to continue this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you very much. Let me introduce Chantaline Carpentier. Chantaline, you and I have spoken often about the information age and how social media has already demonstrated and give a voice to and support big change. And whether we go back in this century to the Arab Spring or to the Brexit or the 2016 election or the recent attacks on the US Capitol, we see that people understand how to communicate with each other and mobilize and to achieve their objectives. But we also see that fear, anger, hate are powerful emotions, and perhaps those that know how to galvanize those voices have been very successful. In certainly the first 2 decades of this century, they probably won hands down. Now, your career has seen you do some extraordinary things, working on the SDGs in particular, and reaching out to people who have been left behind across the world. And in your work before that with UNDESA, you worked on food security, sustainable agriculture, sustainable consumption and production, and on the 10-year plan. And you've seen how to reach those people, get that voice, and the metrics that allow us to see we're making an impact. How do you see us reaching the right people with the right voice? And everyone has a voice, and their voice is right, of course. But how do we bring out that voice so it isn't a voice of hate?
Wow, you kept the good question for me, huh? Thank you.
I did.
Only friends do
we
this.
want to implement, but not in a way, of course, that divides us all, but brings us together.
Exactly. Thank you, Keta. No, that's fine. Not sure I have a direct answer, but let me just maybe, you mentioned the SDGs. And so let me just backtrack a little bit, because I do believe in co-creation and not reinventing the wheel and building on what already exists. So in the lead up to Rio Plus 20 in 2011, I went to the EU, and thanks to their foresight, I got, first time they didn't know me, 750,000 euro, then I got €1 million, then I got 1.5 million euro. Why? To actually do what we're talking about here, to reach the people that usually their voice do not get to New York, does not get to these international negotiations. And as a result of that, what do we have? The most ambitious goal this planet and humanity has ever set for itself, the SDGs, right? And presumably after the Human Rights Declaration, the most important document the UN has ever produced. Why? Because we went out and crowdsourced what the problems were for these people in their words, And this is where inequality came up. And remember, this is in 2011. Nobody talked about inequality in the media at that time. And yet we approved the SDGs. We did, not the mass media did not talk about inequality, and certainly not the private sector. And so this was included because we did reach out to those people that were left behind. Because on average, we did pretty good on the MDGs on certain areas. We did reach the goal of reducing poverty by half, but we only reached the people that were already close to the fence. The furthest behind disappear on these statistics and these average. And so and we learned from that, and because we crowdsource, we actually, and again, I'm grateful not only to the EU for the money, but for the children and youth, because they're one of my constituency, and they were already using Google Doc and webinar and all these technology that we didn't even know, the grown up. And I learned to use them, by them, with them, so we could actually have these open bottom-up process where the information would come up from the field to us. And I think we have a great result. Now, we also had a major consultation that the UN ran with UNDP and others in the lead up to Rio +20, as well as with the private sector. And we had the largest private sector presence ever in Rio +20. Now, there's another consultation that was just ran, which is the largest so far, and that's the one for UN at 75. We've reached millions of people, and 87% of them believe in multilateralism. So we need to build on that and the UN at 75 People's Declaration, so to see what is it that we as WAAS can do to build on that. Now, this is more in the abstract and the history. I have a distinctive proposal. Mila's gonna laugh because she loves me because I always have an idea somehow that pops up. So this is the Award Academy of Art and Science. And we are so lucky that not only have we had these two surveys in the past, but on top of it, this year is the recognized international years of creative economy. And already you can go online, and we have a lot of people around the world already registering their event. And again, this is a bottom up, people can register the event. And we have artists, we have scientists, we had ITC folks that use the communication, it's live streaming all the way to everything else, right? And so I think we have a fantastic opportunity to blend art and science, using the international years of art and science, and then use the music, the theater, the virtual one, unfortunately, but maybe they'll be a little, exciting because, otherwise we feel like we all each in our own. And I would build even further, and Ketan knows that because I repeat myself, and because I hope that eventually people will understand and we'll get forward, and that usually works. So the other thing is, I imagine that we have a platform, right, where everybody can connect to, and no matter what they do, they can register what it is they are doing to implement the SDGs, right? The richer people, the millionaires and billionaires out there, can put money, and it's a game. We gamify it, and there's a competition, right? So Bill Gates puts $1 million. Well, Elon Musk put 2 million, right? And so on. And then, but me as Chanteline with all with my salary, maybe, or I'm putting a little less, but I'm providing my time to support women in ITC in the digital space. And each one of us we have a worldwide competition where each one of us compete with each other, but for the good, which brings me to the attention economy. We need to take on, this group needs to take on the attention economy. Right now, it's the TikTok, it's the Amazon, it's the Facebook, and they're designing for ever more sophisticated AI, machine learning, to make us do things we don't want to do, because their goal is to make us click and steal as long as possible, because this is how much money they're gonna make. And they're using it to make us do things, buy the thing we don't want. What if we were to turn that around and use the same technology for the good, for the greater good? And to do that, we can't, each one of us has no chance against these big Goliath, but together, we actually can have a chance to do that. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Chanteline. Mila, you're going to introduce your own.
Hi, this is perfect connections here. I'm so excited and very, very grateful to Chantaline for always bringing rich, vibrant, and strategic advice. Jerry has been in the domain of advising Jerome Glenn, or as we call him, Jerry, in the Academy and in the Millennium Project, has been in the domain of advising international institutions, as well as national governments and all kinds of organizations for the past 25 years, practicing anticipation and foresight in a very successful way. He's the co-founder and CEO of the Millennium Project. And they have published over 53 studies that have been amazing testimony to the rich practices and knowledge that we have had, but the collaboration that I've always spoken about that we lack. So we don't lack knowledge, we are lacking collaboration. And Jerry has been on this track since 1973 with Global Futures Research as SINCON coordinator for the Committee for the Future, and also created the Global Futures Intelligence System and used real-time Delphi studies to continue global participation for collective intelligence on the future, moving toward a shared global consciousness on the future. So this is really exciting, and Jerry is a dear friend, and we've shared many conversations around the globe in different regions of the world, and discussing the context and the futures within the context in these different regions. And I'm sure he will bring both the global zoomed out insight as well as specific strategic insight for how to move forward. Jerry, welcome. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay, well, with that great introduction, if
that was very dry introduction. Can I do another one quickly?
No.
To build on Chantaline.
Nothing else. I don't.
Lose 3 minutes.
That's all I have to say.
Quoting Jerry Glenn and speaking about the attention economy. In the future, if you are boring, you will be poor. That's my introduction to Jerry Glenn.
Yeah, I can explain that one later on. But in any case, two things I'd like to suggest. One is the use of the Academy of the real-time Delphi. There's no reason we can't just make that software available. For those that are not familiar with it, the real-time Delphi is not a usual questionnaire software. Real-time Delphi allows you to come back and edit what you said. It allows you to read what somebody else has said and then say, you misunderstood what I said. I meant to say this. And so you can have very complex conversations without personalities, because everything's anonymous. So if somebody is a private in the Army or a general in the Army, it's equal in that sense. It also has the ability to do both numbers and content, as you'd expect. But a lot of times when you rate something, let's say a 5, and somebody else rates it a 7, you may have the same mind, but you just happen to use 5 and 7. So what we do is we allow people to say, I rated this 5, here's why, or I couldn't rate it at all, and here's why. And then someone else may come back and say, well, but that question means this. Oh, well, in that way, I would rate it a 7. So you can have a very complex conversation around the world, but it's organized and coherent. And because we run the software on our Global Futures Intelligence System that's on Amazon Web Services, that means we can ramp up very fast. So there's not a limit to how many people can participate, because it's just software. You just, the storage is in Amazon. They've got enough of that. So anyway, so one suggestion is the Academy could just said, out of this 60th anniversary, here are the 40 questions or whatever. And then you could even have a steering group to work over those questions so they're really clear. And then we can stick them in and you can say, okay, how important is that question? How feasible is it to get it done? How much impact might it have? Who's going to do it? What's going to be the strategy, right? So then this can be all organized and feedback and so. input from Iran and Israel, and it works out, but they don't know who's who. They're just published in the final document, but they don't know at the time. So the ideas are persuasive and not personalities or ethnic backgrounds. The second idea is the use of the Global Futures Intelligence System. The idea, we all know about collective intelligence is a good idea. We want to go in that way. Okay. This one has gone as far as any that I know of in the sense of coherence. Obviously, Wikipedia is a collective intelligence vastly, way beyond anything we're doing, but they don't provide you coherence. It's not their job. Their job is to say, I want to tell you about A, B, and C. But what's the relationship of A, B, and C to X, Y, and Z? That's not their job. It is our job because we give a coherent structure and that people fill in and argue and work on it. And each element can be commented on by anybody. Every single bottom right-hand corner has a little icon, comment. And then you can hit comments above and you can see all the comments on any particular stream there. It also, like Wikipedia, has the edit function. So you can hit anything and you can see all the edits going all the way back. Now, why is it that this is the statement now? Well, because of this evolution. Each main challenge, the way we organize it was challenges, but the Academy could organize their own way, or we could collaborate on it. But each one has, what's the best news sources? So you can, so let's say if you wanted to deal with water and you wanted to deal with water in China, you, in the search thing, you hit China news and you get a distillation of all the news that day that had China and water together. So one keystroke, he can monitor a whole lot of stuff. Then people on our staff and interns and reviewers, I'm always recruiting reviewers, can then take the patterns of the news, and that goes into the next item, which is scanning. You know, what's the it's like the news is like the short-term memory of the brain. Scanning is like the long-term memory of the brain. So then you can look through the scanning to see what patterns there are, and that goes into the situation. What is the situation on water or whatever it is? And if you say you know what the situation, what is it that you should know? What should you know specifically? What are the goals, the directions, the ideals? Where do we want to go with water? And what's the gap? How do we address the gap? What are the strategies and so on? Then we do this for all the different challenges. And then there's what models are available and what web resources and what data and so forth. So that's how we've organized a massively complex assignment so far. Now, I like very much what Marianne has also talked about is another way of doing that. And we can try to figure out how each one feeds the other. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jerome. That's fascinating. I'm gonna make that link though straight to Andreas. Andreas Bummel is the co-founder and executive director of Democracy Without Borders. Is also the global coordinator of the campaign for a United Nations Parliamentary Assembly, which he helped establish in 2007, and the co-founder of the campaign for a UN World Citizens Initiative. So it seems like you're perfectly made, Andreas, to talk about this topic. We'd like to hear from you, and you've said you'll speak about engagement and flow that into implementation and making it happen. I want to add one piece, though, to your talk as you do that, which is Twitter is worth something like $45 billion or so. Facebook is heading towards that $1 trillion mark, or thereabouts now, 750 billion to $1 trillion. If the World Academy of Art and Science were to launch a platform that could hear the global voice, it would not just be an analytic platform, it would be a social media platform. It would allow people to express their view, other people to search it, and to capitalize on that. This would end up being, if supported by the World Academy, by the UN, by NGOs, by governments across the world, it would be one of the most valuable media platforms in the world. I want you to touch a little bit on the value of democracy and link it a little bit to the idea that this is not just about voice. It has competition out there, and it is a powerful tool also that is enormously valuable to the markets.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Keaton, and also to the World Academy for this opportunity. And I wish to congratulate the World Academy on its 60th anniversary on this occasion. And prior to this panel, I digged out a quote that testifies how old the idea of a global referendum actually is. It is older, to be sure, than the World Academy. So the Nobel laureate Klaas Pontus Arnoldson in 1908 said the following, and please allow me to quote because it's just too nice, in his Nobel acceptance speech. And he said, "In all countries, an appeal should be issued for every adult man and woman to sign the following declaration. If all other nations will abolish their armed forces and be content with a joint police force for the whole world, then I, the undersigned, wish my own nation to do the same." So this is more than 100 years old, and I think it testifies really that this is an urgent matter given the situation the world finds itself in and the level of interconnectedness that is absolutely unprecedented. My organization, as has been indicated, is working on promoting democratic representation and participation of citizens in global governance and the UN in particular. And Kitan, I think to respond directly to your introduction, that this idea of a, how should we call it, a social political network is really in the air. We have come across many initiatives and people individually, who are looking into this. And I think it could be a task of the World Academy to form like a consortium. And this might be a first step, really. And other steps certainly have already been taken to establish such a consortium so that there is not too much duplication. We can all learn from each other. We can create synergies. The wheel does not need to be invented all the time, from scratch. And in my organization, for instance, there is an initiative, a small team that is working on a global voting platform that is browser-based. Just like you can imagine it like a sandbox that would symbolize and show how global voting elections and discussion could work. But there are probably more sophisticated initiatives in this direction. But I think we also need to take a step back and establish clarity about what we are talking about. In my imagination, a global referendum is a clear, formal, official instrument, starting from the example of many, of the referendum that has been established in many nation states at the subnational level and so on. So thinking about it from start to end, actually, it should be something that leads to a certain result. And in the nation state connection as an official instrument, where does it lead to? Ideally, it would lead to binding legislation. So I don't think, we need to think it through. What is it that we are talking about? Is a global referendum that we are talking about supposed to lead to world law? Is that what we want? Is it a consultation and then what? Are we putting forward just questions to people? And if we start from the official instrument, I think it must be a bottom-up process, which means there would have to be an initiative that is created at the grassroots level, that is put forward, that has to reach certain formalities, threshold and so on. And from a certain point on, that initiative transforms into a referendum that is being held through state institutions and structures. So my organization is spearheading, together with many other NGOs, a proposed UN World Citizens Initiative. And this is supposed to be an official UN instrument that allows citizens from across the world to put forward proposals that are automatically put on the agenda of the UN General Assembly or the Security Council if they reach a certain level of support. The World Academy is endorsing this proposal. We are just, it's been launched 2 years ago. So I think this really ties into the idea of a global referendum. And I think we can have a two-tiered approach. One is we push for an official instrument at the UN that is available to global citizens. And second, meanwhile, we work on a self-made platform that might already exist in one way or another. You've been working on this, I realize a lot, that shows how it could function, and that might be a little bit more sophisticated. And the value of all this, of course, I mean, I don't know whether we should talk per se in principle about the value of democracy, because I think we have a consensus here that there is an intrinsic value. But materially, it is true. As a social political platform a la Facebook that has now 2.8 billion people might in fact create material value, but I think the whole starting point should be a different one as well, because perhaps the users themselves should be the owners of such a platform and not some company that is doing it for profit. We don't have much time, so I need to stop here, I am afraid. But I really hope this is just the starting point of a longer conversation and a more detailed conversation that includes all of us and others who are working on this. But to be clear, we believe in the idea of a global referendum. Totally, we believe that humanity needs to, come to the point of self-determination. Sovereignty should be rested in, in the whole of humanity. We need to cross through the political barriers of the nation state in our planetary age. And I think the global referendum is one of the things that really need to be moved forward. Nonetheless, and this is my last sentence, we need to be aware that democracy is least developed at the global stage. So that is something we need to take into consideration. I don't think that a magical leap to a global referendum is possible. We need to imagine steps. How do we get there? And in our, thinking, citizens, a very modest citizens initiative that just allows people to put things in front of the UN might be such a step. And you are all invited, of course, to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those words. Wouldn't it be great if it was owned by the people? The most valuable asset potentially in media was not owned by a media mogul, but was owned by the people. How fascinating. Joao Caraca, sorry if I pronounced that and made a mess of pronouncing your name. My apologies.
Joao.
Joao. Your background is in nuclear physics. You understand complexity enormously, and you understand how many data points we're trying to link in this project. Most importantly, recently you've worked for the Gulbenkian Foundation, promoting science and culture, public awareness and engagement in science, and integrating the future through perspective into the present. And a very influential study, Open the Social Sciences, was part of your work. Please tell us, how do you imagine we will encapsulate the right questions, but how will we make sure we implement?
Well, thank you. I'm very enthralled by all this movement, these initiatives, of course, and I think this idea of a shared global conscience is really very, very, very appealing and very commendable. However, I think, as Andreas has said, that we probably have to go in steps, because we are, from my point of view, I work in the future always, so I like to construct. But I think that in this area, in the area of culture, in the area of beliefs, we are still a bit far away of being able to get a shared global conscience. But by saying this, I'm not saying that we shouldn't strive and go forward. And I would start by saying that the problem, as we can see it at the moment, is that nobody can speak. I mean, we are all part of humanity. At least I'm sure that we all that sit here feel it. We are all humans, but in fact, no one can speak in the name of humanity. The Secretary General of the United Nations, well, the Pope, Joe Biden, Xi Jinping. See, so, in fact, there is no shared consciousness. We don't see, we are divided. And so I would bring here just two ideas. Two ideas in order to engage. Some organizations have already started doing lots of work on these. And these new mechanisms, these platforms, everything can help in that. But really, the question of culture, from my point of view and all the things I have, is very important. Two ideas. Well, we need to contextualize universalisms. Why I'm saying this? This is the first idea. And the second idea, I'll tell you, I will reveal the whole message. The second idea is to create a world vision rooted in science. Okay, so why contextualize universalism? Because every social group which has a strong culture, and especially if it has an established religion in its center, always divides humanity in two groups, the faithful and the others. Even if one engage in dialogue and so on, in the basic structure, mental structure, there is always the faithful and the others. And why? Because divine powers extend to infinity in space and time. So we need to in fact, to be able to read universalisms in the context of history. Some people, some cultures are more akin to read their beliefs in the context of history. Some other ones are not yet there. And so this is difficult for establishing a dialogue, but it's not a difficulty for starting to go on and dialoguing with the ones that are akin to a certain idea of humanity. So contextualize first, and the second is create a world vision rooted in science. And why I'm saying this? Because we are a species, a single species, and we are on Earth. We live here. But we know, in competition with all the other living species, not only between each other. So this is, sometimes looks very, very, very appalling. I mean, we have wars and so on, but in fact, we are in competition with all the other species. Well, this question of the virus now, I mean, all vegetables, animals, bacteria, virus, and so on, they all compete for their life, in fact. And it's only through a scientific based, rooted view that we'll be able to understand that we are, in fact, a part of a whole. And that will be the beginning. That doesn't mean that then our institutions will not divide ourselves, nations, and so on. But I think that from these two main principles, being able to see the things in context, and we know nowadays very much about how we have evolved and what is evolution and so on. And on the other side, by understanding how we have to behave if we want to be sustainable. And the sustainability, the goals are just a translation of what means to be sustainable. We have to take an attitude towards all the other species. It's not just the environment, because the environment is the other species around us and a part of ourselves. We also belong to the environment. So we have to take an idea that how to behave in this whole. Only through science we'll be able, I'm not saying that we have all to be scientists. I mean, that would be, of course, very far away from my thinking, but, you know, through culture, we must have basic education and culture who allows us to think of at each other and see each other as somebody who is very similar to us. It's equal to us in terms of the law, in face of the law, we know, but it's slightly different. We are not all equal to each other. We have our own particularities, and we like it. We like it. I mean, we like to be like we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joao. Thank you very much. We are obviously involved in a new process of social learning, and to activate that collective intelligence to connect it, but also to convene new social leadership for this particular initiative. These are the preoccupations that are also the great framework within which Pavel Lukša has been working, catalyzing the transformation of educational ecosystems at a global scale. He's also the co-founder and director of Global Education Futures Global Change Leaders Movement of Educational and Social Innovators, professor at the Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo, while he is primarily focused on the transformation of the higher and professional education sector. I've worked closely with Pavel on the future of education and also on many other initiatives. This is a perfect opportunity to discuss the new process of social learning as we are aiming through this exercise to actually build the new social architecture. That is the ultimate goal. Welcome, Pavel.
Thank you very much, Mila. And indeed, this is such an amazing conversation we are having right now, and very promising. That I strongly resonate with what Joao said right now about the lack of a voice of humanity. Everybody appeals to it, but there is the actual lack of that voice, and an actual lack of manifestation of a global consciousness of the humanity that we could see as a driving force for the change that is required to address some of the largest challenges we are facing as a species. And of course, we all here in this panel recognize that the challenges that we are facing are pan-human. They do not belong to any nation anymore. They are actually we are facing them as a species, not divided by borders. And so to create a platform that will enable us to hold conversations and to vote on options for the global governance is certainly an absolutely necessary step in the advancement of our species and in the advancement of our civilization on the planet. Otherwise, to maintain our collective governance with means that were created for a totally different situation, for the situation when we're not a planetary species, is already irrelevant. I would say it bears existential threats if we just continue on the previous models of governance. So I think we are not only talking about a referendum. We are talking about really a prototype of something that could be seen as such a model of governance, where indeed we don't use proxies, and we really have the voice of citizens of the planet collectively deciding. But I want to actually share my bigger aspiration, because we all seem to agree that we are not the only species that is supposed to govern this planet, because the planet is much bigger than only human beings, and it doesn't really belong to us. It belongs to all life. So how can we engage in those conversations? There was a very beautiful question that Yucatan posed, that is, what are those missing voices? I think some of those really critical voices are voices of non-human nature, that is bigger than human nature, that we are part of. and how can we I'm just seeing, let's say, a few generations of this referendum into the future. How can we engage those voices potentially is a big challenge to me. So I'm envisioning potentially what we can call a planetary council of all beings, something that we can start certainly with a referendum of humanity. And speaking about the deepest longing that Liberato was mentioning, the biggest longing is to find a way of a human living that can work, in the words of Buckminster Fuller, for all humanity, 100% of humanity, but also for all planet, for all living beings on the planet. So this is probably the biggest longing that most humans have, that to live a peaceful life, thriving life, flourishing life, without trying to compete, but really in the abundance. And it is possible. We know that the economic models show that actually we do have technologies, we do have solutions to make it possible. But really, it's about the collective governance to carry us into that state of collective flourishing or collective thriving. And the referendum platform is probably is a really right way to get us there. But I think the word referendum is somewhat misleading, because what we are really talking about is a multi-stage or multi-format process where we have not only voting. Voting is just like a minor part of it. What really is more important is how we talk about it, how we frame questions, who frames the questions, and how we also build up on these questions to evolve our collective knowledge. So we really talk at least about 3, maybe more types of processes. So voting is one of them, but there is also a process of crowdsourcing or catalyzing the ideas in the collective space, something that Chanteline was talking about, some similar process. And we need a third process, the process of validation, the process of prototyping, the process of catalyzing ideas to advance. This has to be a circular or repetitive, like let's say many feedback loops process, where we learn from our ideas and we can feed them back into our collective knowledge system. So a referendum platform needs to be all that potentially, but we probably have all of the elements. Even sitting in this panel, we have people that represent voting platforms. We have people like Jerome who are very experienced in organizing crowdsourcing and future thinking in large groups. Well, I'm also doing that a lot. And we have people like Gary who hold the leadership of World University Consortium, which could be one of the partners in actually doing that prototyping and catalyzing work. So really bringing those pieces together and starting feeding, let's say, this knowledge between them is probably what the referendum space needs to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavel, for this designing, because this is the question of design, delivery, dissemination, and funding. And it's a huge process that we have just taken on. One addition I would make and then hand it over to Ketan is there's a process of voices in, and there's a process of voicing that back out to the humanity. So in the staging that you just showed, I mean, we right here in this room, virtual room, have the expertise of, academics, scientists, politicians, policymakers, futurists, tech-savvy people, educationalists, everybody, right? This process of how you design the staging of this, what you design in terms of questions, design of technological support, then the process of dissemination of it, then that it's all unleashed as a platform and pouring in, and the voice input brings in, hopefully, like you said, needs to come in. But the voicing out is the process of translation of that. And then who will be that voice, as Joao powerfully said? Can the World Academy do that? That's the question. Are we the truly neutral, global, scientific and artistic representative that can unleash that voice? Of course, the UN has been wanting to do that. They know, and they've said we can't do it alone, right? Nor should we. Is that true, Chantaline? but can we be that? To what extent? And is there an entity that comes together to connect and convene, to voice back out that? What is that voice of new authority based on care?
Thank you,
And the
Mila.
process of translation.
Gary, your mission for us for this panel was to come up with the strategies and the execution. I think what we've done is begun to explore that, but clearly there is not an architecture for you. I think what the group has done is to highlight that this idea is revolutionary and therefore very dangerous too, and enormously needed. I'm going to sum it up by saying I think the group have pointed to 5 revolutionary ideas that make this compelling and dangerous and difficult to execute, but still in need of execution. The first is the idea that we are reaching as a humanity towards a global consciousness and conscience beyond borders and reaching into the edges of all our societies and the world at large. And so all those voices will be heard, not just the human voices, but all voices will be heard. And so that's one part of one of the revolutionary thoughts. The second is that this is a media platform in scale and reach that allows us to express ourselves beyond the 2.8 billion people on Facebook, because we'll get to 10 billion soon. And already there are 5 billion not accessing or nearly accessing Facebook. So this is for everybody. The third is a platform like this is likely the most valuable in the world because it's already 3 times bigger than Facebook if it's successful and reaches everybody. But because it goes beyond people, it's enormously valuable and potentially is owned by the people themselves rather than a corporation or a government or another entity. 4, it's a political and social force beyond governments. So the United Nations representing member states is bound to have some difficulties because this is a political and social force. So who should convene it, administer it on behalf of the world that will have the impartiality is a very big question. And 5th, it's a collaborative platform to catalyze change for good to solve problems. Not just to express the view, but to figure out how we solve problems together. So these are all revolutionary ideas. And this is a very big scope. And if you step back and think what it takes to launch even a small social platform, that is a huge endeavor of dedicated people and teams and capital to make that actually happen and get funded. So we've only begun the journey, I'm afraid, Gary. In the last hour, we have not really gone far enough, I'm sure. Let me hand to you, Gary, because I think you washed all the way through this one for a good reason.
Well, I want to thank you all for very, very rich, thought-provoking contributions. And I can identify with virtually everything that was spoken here. I really value the thoughtfulness here. I think you've raised all fundamental questions which need to be grappled with. I just make a few comments because there's no answer to this today. I agree with the strategy which several of you have mentioned, but Andreas, that whatever is its ultimate goal, that it should be the first right step that permits going to the ultimate goal. It doesn't attempt in one step to reach that. And that's really the kind of thinking that I would like to continue with this and other groups. And I'd like to ask you, how many of you would be interested to continue contributing on this project, or any of you who would be, to share your thoughts and work with us on it? Because we don't want to drop this. I certainly don't want to drop it. We'd like to go to the next step. And all of these questions and all of these perspectives are fair game for it. So we're not precluding anything, but we have to go further. And to me, the first key step is not obviously, nobody can own this thing ultimately. And the idea of ownership but we have to think of a guardianship that will preserve the original spirit of it. And that's not going to be easy, especially if it becomes really valuable. And even if it's going to be owned by the world, and I love that idea. And one idea, which is not new, it's been voiced a lot around blockchain. But one thing this could do is that all the information about people is owned by the individuals, which is the alternative model to Facebook, where Facebook has everything that we give them. And that idea of a system where everybody has control over their information on it, because that's what blockchain makes possible. That's the spirit of this, that they're not giving something away. If there's value to it, it's their value. And if there's income or revenue from it, they are shareholders in it for participating. So, but that ownership and beneficiary is maybe not coterminous with management and control. And we have to think that through, because 71 million people voted for Trump. And these are serious issues. And so I think there are a lot of issues. What I would be interested in is the next step, or the first step. And what would be the role of the academy, whatever that role is, whether we step out with a concept paper or we, become the kernel of something. That's to be decided on what makes the most sense. And what would be the characteristics of that core that we start with, that would have the credibility, the impartiality necessary to be a credible representative for this, a custodian of this, a trustee for this. And I don't know, maybe Jerry's or Mariana knows much more about it, but the World Wide Web Consortium, and I don't know the legal status and everything, but essentially they're running, it's governing the most important real estate in the whole world today. Because it sets, as I understand it anyway, I'm not well, it sets the rules for how the World Wide Web works. We saw in the video this morning, or not the morning, but it was a long time ago anyway, I guess that was yesterday, when Jonas Salk was asked who's going to own this vaccine, his vaccine that he invented. He said, who should own the sun? The question of who should this belongs to humanity. And whoever owns it holds it in trust so that the benefits go to humanity. But that requires a lot of thought as to what that would constitute. So I think all the questions are fair game, and there are no simple answers, but a lot of good ideas have come out of this. So I'm speaking we when I say we on behalf of the Academy, because I'm sure we're going to pursue it. And I'd like to go forward with a core group. I'd like to mention this on Friday and find out there are 42 other people who have been listening to this who are not on the panel. Some of them we've talked to. I'd like to know who in the Academy would be interested in being part of a group. And that invitation is open to all of you for sure. And let's think about meeting again as a small group and trying to take the issues one by one. And I think the first issue would be, which Mariana has been raising for the last 6 months, rightfully, is what is the first step? We can develop the whole vision of it and the whole concept of it. And as Andrea said, it can have many evolutionary steps, and we may not be able to imagine the ultimate steps, but let's try to chart out what the likely stages of its evolution are and be sure that the first step is a good foundation for the next ones. and that so that we're building on something solid. So I'd like to thank you for a great discussion. I don't know what time it is there, but it's almost 1 a.m. here, and
time to say good night.
Thank you all.
I won't be able to
Thank you,
sleep
guys.
after this, but thanks a lot.
To be continued.
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you all.